Philadelphia.
Yo, yo.
We're still in Philly, right?
We are in Philadelphia. What's good?
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us for the second installment of Amplify Philly at Home. We have a packed afternoon of programming for you. We're showcasing the best in Philly's talent and discussing issues and topics, not just relevant to Philly, but really to cities all over. We're very fortunate in some ways to have this virtual platform because we can have people tune in from all over the country and all over the world. We have partnered up with Philly Tech Week during this series, and we're excited for their main week of programming next month, and also B.PHL's Innovation Fest. I'm Michelle Freeman of Witty Gritty, and also the co-organizer of Amplify Philly, and your co-host for today, along with Dave Silver. Hey, Dave.
Hey, Michelle. What's going on, everyone at home? Thank you all for tuning in to our second installment of Amplify at Home. We're thrilled to be broadcasting live today from Rec Philly. It's not down in Austin, Texas, but we're doing the best we can with the resources that we got. Here at Rec, we have a 10,000 square foot creative facility, and we right at 9th and Market, inside the new fashion district of Philadelphia, formerly called the Gallery. And we're here in our co-working space, which is one of the spaces here. We have 14 private studios with a great membership community here, and we're actually open today, so you might see some of our members walking around in the back end. But yeah, we're here. We're celebrating Amplify Philly. It's our 5th year. If y'all didn't tune into our first part 1, or this is your first time hearing about Amplify Philly, or kind of attending any of our events, this is our 5th year as an initiative. It is our first year officially as a nonprofit organization, 501c3. We're very excited about that. We were really excited to go down to South by Southwest back in March and celebrate our first year being an initiative, but we are still very excited to celebrate here with you today. We're always excited to kind of spotlight the intersection between Philadelphia's music, arts, startup, corporate, nonprofit communities, and kind of put everything under one roof, talk about a lot of different things happening in the city, and spotlighting our really talented, awesome musicians. Yeah.
I even wore, I have to admit this to you, I wore my red boots that I brought to Austin a couple years ago just to bring a little bit of...
I have cowboy boots that I haven't worn in a few, so...
Just to bring a little South by Southwest flair with us today.
Yeah, I wore my South by hat. This is my special hat that I wear down at South by every year.
Just holding on to the memories at this point. Woo. So anyway... Yeah. On your screen, you'll see the lineup of awesome fireside chats, panels, music performances that we have for you today. You can tune in, if you're not already, but both at amplifyphilly.com and on YouTube, so tell your friends. And on YouTube, you will be able to use the chat function, so be sure to interact with us throughout the day, ask questions, tell us what's on your mind. And if you're on social media, you can find us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook at Amplify Philly. So please make sure that you tag us and interact with us on those platforms as well.
Yeah, and we have to take a moment just to thank some of the organizations that for year over year support what we're doing here at Amplify Philly, allow us to go down to South by Southwest and celebrate Philadelphia on the international stage. What you'll see on your screen is a handful of logos that makes up for organizations, startups, corporations, nonprofits, both in the food, the music space, all around the city, and it goes way beyond just their logos. There's behind each logo is really just some awesome individuals that believe in Philadelphia, that believe in telling the stories of the great people, musicians, startups, entrepreneurs. They really do believe in Philadelphia, and we just appreciate your support and commitment to continuously helping Amplify Philly, amplify what is happening here in the city. So we want to thank our sponsors. You'll be seeing a lot of them involved in our programming today and all throughout Amplify Philly's At Home series. Also just need to take a moment to thank Rob and the Mid-Atlantic team. Mid-Atlantic FX is behind the screen, making sure our broadcast is A1. We thank them for coming down to South by year over year, but also for being here at Rec to ensure a great broadcast. And I'd be remiss if we did not thank my Rec Philly team for helping us put this together, but also the all-star team behind Witty Gritty, Michelle and Jason, Allie and Alex and Colleen, and everyone behind the Witty Gritty team for making this thing a reality. But anyway, why don't we get this thing started? Michelle, What's up first?
Cool. Thanks, Dave. So we are kicking things off with our startup pitch spotlights presented by Comcast, NBCUniversal, Lift Labs. So we have been featuring a couple startups per our at-home program events, and that is in curation and in partnership with the Lift Labs team. Lift Labs has been with us since the start, and we can't thank them enough for their ongoing support. And we are going to now spotlight a startup that we'll have a founder give a 5-minute pitch, and then after that we will bring on some feedback panelists. But first, I want to pass it to Keenan, the Senior Program Manager of Startup Engagement at Lift Labs, who is going to guide us through this next session.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Keenan Corrigan. I'm Senior Program Manager for the Startup Engagement team at Comcast NBCUniversal. Thrilled to be presenting these startup pitch spotlights. First up today, we have Wearwell with Erin Histand, and you can check out her pitch video right here.
Hey everyone, I'm Erin Histand, the co-founder and CEO of wearwell, where we are fixing how frustrating it is to shop for ethically and sustainably made clothing. We're doing that with a unique membership service through which you can easily discover and buy consciously made clothing that's curated just for you by a personal stylist. Over the past 3 years, Google searches for ethically and sustainably made clothing have tripled. And since just the beginning of 2020, Lyst has reported a nearly 40% increase in searches for sustainable clothing. More than ever since the start of COVID, consumers are deeply connected to their impact. We're seeing what happens when the planet gets a breather from pollution due to lockdowns happening across the world. Social justice is suddenly permeating every aspect of life, especially how consumers are choosing to spend their money. And stay-at-home orders have accelerated comfort with online shopping. And amidst all of this, brands that are emerging and doing wonderful things when it comes to environmental sustainability and workers' rights, they're suddenly struggling to reach consumers, and they need new ways of reaching those customers online. Yet amidst all of these trends that are happening, the conscious consumer's shopping experience remains completely unacceptable. My co-founder Emily and I first came to discover this frustration through both personal and professional experience. We had both reached a point in our lives where we had figured out how to live impactfully in each and every way, from our 9-to-5s to the ways that we shopped for our food. But when it came to clothing and accessories, it was simply too time-consuming to find something that fit our personal style, our budget, as well as the type of impact that we wanted to make. And what that experience really looks like is products that you can feel really good about buying take hours and hours of research to discover. There are often opaque definitions and conflicting certifications that tend to overwhelm the consumer and leave the burden on them. And the conscious consumer simply needs a simple solution. In all of our research to build wearwell, Most importantly, we learned that Emily and I were not alone. There are over 34 million other women in the US today who want to shop impactfully for their clothing, but it's simply too frustrating to do so. And those women, on average, spend about $2,000 on clothing a year, making this a $64 billion opportunity. And this is why we started wearwell, to eliminate the time you spend searching for ethically and sustainably made clothing, to make it easier to buy impactful clothing that fits your personal style, and finally, to provide confidence in an era of greenwashing. So what do we actually do? We are a membership service through which you can easily discover and purchase ethically and sustainably made clothing. So a woman comes to our site and she starts her style quiz, telling us all about her personal style preferences, her sizing, her budget, and so forth. She then joins our membership for $8.50 per month. And as a part of that membership, she receives a monthly selection of clothing and accessories that is sent straight to her inbox. She's able to browse and shop that selection online, purchases what she wants, and we ship her only what it is that she's chosen to purchase. And she looks forward to her selection the next month. We're currently serving over 600 monthly members, and something that we are most proud of is that our month-to-month retention rate is around 96%. During COVID, we're still seeing our membership numbers grow, and in fact, our current customer base is more engaged than ever, lifting our revenues about 30%. What our members say about us, they tell us all the time that they're constantly recommending wearwell to all of their friends. In fact, we've grown mostly through word of mouth, and it's because they tend to look forward to their wearwell email every single month. They love learning about the products and the impact that they make and the unique stories that we're able to tell them. And finally, most importantly, we hit it out of the park with good options that they get really excited about buying. So as you can see, we do a lot to save the consumer time, give them trust that they are actually making an impact in an era of greenwashing, and help them discover new exciting brands that they can support. But we also work really uniquely with emerging brands in a way that brings them new business, it clarifies their impact, again, in this era of greenwashing, and makes them discoverable to their key target market. When we think ahead about wearwell and what we're building, we envision building a company that is the authority on conscious living. To learn more about us and what we're up to, head to our website. It's shopwearwell.com. You can also follow us on Instagram at the same handle. And finally, if you want to learn more about our growth trajectory and what we have planned for the future, check out what we've got up on republic.co/wearwell to learn a little bit more. We decided to launch a crowd investment campaign as a unique way to bring our customer base and our supporters in at the ground level, and you can check out what's going on there. And of course, if you have questions, I'll look forward to chatting with you in the Q&A afterwards, or you can email me at Erin@shopwearwell.com. Share more. The two of us met in grad school and became total sustainability supply chain nerds during that time. And this was several years ago. And at that time, we were seeing, as I mentioned in the video that you all watched, that it was really hard to find brands. And today, there's a lot of brands out there and they're having trouble being discovered. And I think that is a testament to the interest in this space, but also that greenwashing component where you're seeing more and more brands use the language of sustainability. So really we have to look at, for standing apart, what is it that we're really looking for in terms of criteria? How are we communicating that to our customers? And how are we making sure that the brands that we work with are upholding that every step of the way? So one of the ways that we really stand out is our criteria really distilled down into two buckets. One is workers' rights, one is environmental sustainability. And we evaluate the brands that we work with. We have about 30 brand partners today. based on those different criteria through conversation, through what they publish online publicly. And then we're also looking at specific certifications to validate that data, like fair trade certifications, GOT certified organic, OTEX 500, that type of thing. And then that last piece that I mentioned, where we're communicating that to our customer, we want to take those certifications and the language around sustainability and put it into terms that every single person can understand and also use themselves. So when someone's browsing their selection, they're able to view the impact story behind the brand and understand this product was made by women artisans in India, for example, and now they can send their daughters to school. And so we equip our customers with that type of impact story so that they can start spreading the word.
That's amazing. And the other question I wanted to ask you too is if you could share a couple examples of the upcycling that is going into some of the materials and, you know, looking at that closed loop from start to finish and the reuse that you're doing.
Yeah, so environmental sustainability, when we think about closed loop as well as upcycling, the criteria that we look at can be different based on the brand. So some brands are making a better impact in terms of the ways that they're sourcing organic materials, but we do have a couple brand partners that are focused on that closed loop. Typically what we're finding is that they're innovating in that space to figure out ways to deconstruct the fabrics that they work with. So they might have someone send back items that they've purchased through us or through that brand, and directly through the brand, and then be able to deconstruct the fabric to create something entirely new that might, for example, be more stylish next year, right? And so there's some really innovative stuff going on, and we look to our brand partners to figure out how is it that we can help provide them information on what our customers are looking for when it comes to closed loop in particular, as well as upcycling. So we work with a couple different brands who use dead stock material. A lot of people aren't familiar with what that term means, but essentially when there are even sometimes several hundred yards left of fabric, those materials are typically thrown into landfill and they have no use. But a couple hundred yards of fabric can actually make a lot of clothes. So we work with some brands that specifically use dead stock materials so that they're diverting that from landfill.
Amazing. I love how you tell the story and then make sure that that's communicated to customers because that is such an important thing.
Thank you.
That's great. I would love to ask a couple questions about your brand partners.
Yeah.
It sounds like in addition to bringing them business, you're also bringing them some customer insights.
Yep.
Can you talk about what else the brands might get for working with you? Is this a dual-sided marketplace? Are they paying to be featured on your site?
They're not paying. And in fact, the way that we work with our brands is one of our main competitive advantages. So unlike a really large company that's sourcing tons and tons of quantities at a specific amount from a lot of different brands, we're sourcing in a way that is far more sustainable to allow smaller emerging brands to actually grow. And we've built our sourcing system from day one in that way. So when we think about how we're actually working with brands, really we're looking at, do they meet our criteria? And then we'll begin a sourcing partnership with them. And through that sourcing partnership, we're providing them access to a new sales channel, of course, through our membership that we're offering consumers, which helps them become more discoverable. But as you can imagine, through the profiles that people fill out, through their buying behavior, where we can actually see how often does this product sell and who does it sell to, we can start to provide that information to brands so that they understand more about their target market or ways that they might need to shift their offering. So what we found time and time again is that our brands love partnering with us because we're able to be patient, work with them in a way that actually allows them to grow. And we've simply baked that into our operations.
That's great. And it sounds like it's no easy task to qualify these brand partners. Can you talk about how scalable that is?
Yeah, I love this question because I think it's been done before, but not in ethical and sustainable fashion. So, today it is something that is a manual process for us. We want to make sure that we're taking the opportunity to learn in that manual process so that we really get it right. And we're able to be really confident in our brand partnerships and then look at the elements of that can then scale. And so when we think about scale, what we really are thinking about is how do we scale something that is similar in fashion to the way that B Corp has scaled their certifications. So it's not too dissimilar where we can definitely take in data from brands themselves and begin to validate it. And that's kind of our model to look to for scalability there.
That's awesome. I did also want to congratulate you on your awesome customer traction. So over 600
Thank you.
customers already. That's fantastic.
Thanks.
You mentioned in your pitch around word of mouth.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit more about customer acquisition?
Yeah, totally. So we have enjoyed a lot of word of mouth growth, which is a wonderful thing. We want to keep that going. But when we think about longer term customer acquisition, there's two pieces here. Customer acquisition is one and retention is another. We want to make sure we're holding on to customers. So we tend to think about awareness for the brand, and then conversion, and then retention and activities within that. So we actually just recently launched an ambassador program to be able to bring current customers onto that, as well as Instagram influencers and other people who might have an interest in sharing about wearwell on a regular basis and can actually become brand ambassadors for us and spread the word. So that is going to be a major lever for us. Our other major form of acquisition is actually just simply through press and media. So we've been focused, you probably saw on that video, we've been focused on press and media hits that convert really well. And the main reason I think that converts well for us is because people really are looking for a solution to the frustration that they experience when they do try to start shopping ethically and sustainably. So those have really been kind of where our focus has been to date as we look at growth.
Bridget, I can keep going. Do you have any more?
Yeah, one other thing I just wanted to ask. Yeah, I'm curious how you might have been impacted through COVID, or with everything being, so much word of mouth and online. Has that really not been a major impact for you?
It hasn't been, and I'm so curious to really figure out why. I have some assumptions around it that I'm happy to share. Our membership has been growing since the start of COVID. It was growing before, and it's sustained growth throughout. But we've actually cut some of our advertising because the growth has started to remain so high without it. We were doing some basic Instagram advertising. And so we believe that people are sharing more and more, but we think it's really motivated by the fact that people are more deeply connected to the impact of their purchases today. So one of the main things that I think is interesting as well is that it's not just new customers discovering us and coming to the platform and signing up. Our current customers are far more engaged than ever. So we look at certain KPIs that are distinct to our business, such as every time somebody gets a selection, what's the likelihood that they're going to make a purchase from that selection? So when we take a look at that information during COVID, that's gone really high for us. Partially probably because people are working from home and checking their email and looking for something to do on a day-to-day basis. So I think that works to our advantage. But at the same time, people are shopping more with us, and our revenues spiked up about 30% at the start of COVID and have remained kind of growing on that trajectory.
It's a true testament to your product.
Thank you.
Alrighty, well, thank you all for the pitch and feedback. Again, we are back here live here at Rec Philly for the Amplify Philly Part 2 of our series. So stick around for our next startup pitch. That's going to be at 2:50 p.m. featuring Jason Coles from Katika, also a Rec Philly member. Looking forward to seeing Jason doing his startup pitch. Next, we are welcoming Julie Fink Yates from the City of Philadelphia, Office of Innovation and Technology, and Phil Brooks from the University City Science Center, who will host a fireside chat about investing in digital literacy and access, presented by the City of Philadelphia. We appreciate the city, always a sponsor of Amplify Philly since year one, so thank you for your support there. A little more about the session. Access to reliable internet and technology is more important than ever with the continued uncertainty of the future and the need to continue to adapt to remote work and learning. What will it take to address digital equity in a meaningful, sustainable way? What type of investment is needed, and how long will it take? All right, we're kicking it over to you, Julie and Phil.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Phil Brooks. I am the Director of STEM Workforce Partnerships at the University City Science Center. Kick it over to Juliet.
Hi, everyone. I'm Juliet Fink Yates. I am the Digital Inclusion Fellow in the Office of Innovation and Technology at the City of Philadelphia. And so I am very excited to be having this conversation with you, Phil, today.
Absolutely. I think over the couple of conversations we've had so far, we've both been in some type of like nexus points as it relates to digital inclusion and digital literacy. So I'd really just like to start off the conversation about talking a little bit about myself and kind of like where my kind of like connection points were, and then I'll kick it over to you, Juliet. If that sounds good for everybody. Really, it's just me and you, so it's just me and you talking. And then
I think that sounds great. You have lots of experience, so you should go ahead and talk about it.
Great, perfect. So as I mentioned, I'm currently at the University City Science Center. My role here is really focused on connecting young adults and adults to meaningful STEM opportunities. And that really means jobs within the life science and tech industry. We're doing that in a lot of different ways. We have a number of partners that we're working with to make that dream a reality. Before this, I worked with the Commerce Department and the Mayor's Office of Education with the City of Philadelphia, primarily working with young people on connecting them to opportunities within the STEM industry. So what that really boiled down to was having these young people go out to the locations that the STEM industries were, and having those STEM industry professionals come to the schools and come to the different locations that the students were in. And I think that was a really big kind of like touch point and pivot point for me, because I had so many interactions with companies on a level that they didn't have, they didn't knew exist, or they saw like fellow companies kind of saying, hey, we've done this really great thing with young people, but like taking that to the next level and not just talking about, you know, engaging with young people, but actually doing it and being about it and living it. So that was really, really amazing opportunity for me. Before that, I worked with the AmeriCorps program, City of Philadelphia, spent 10 years with this organization. It's an amazing organization, national organization, but here in Philly, we really focused on elementary, middle, and high school students. And during that time there, I served as an impact manager. I served as a senior impact manager. But one of the things that I really got out of that was kind of conversations with students, especially high school students. And kind of like, I think where my expertise lies with the digital divide is how forthright they are. They don't hold back. They don't have any filters, and they'll say what they think. They say what they mean. And they taught me more than I taught them. And I think from that perspective, even from that point on, my passion just for young people has skyrocketed, specifically within the STEM field, but definitely within the digital literacy and digital divide situation. So I'll pause there and pass it over. But we both Juliet and I have practiced the list of questions, and we'll move on from there.
So I was fortunate to join the city actually in early March, right before COVID hit. In this new role. This is a new role for the city, but working on digital equity and inclusion is something that actually the Office of Innovation and Technology in the city has been doing for over 10 years. And so it was very, very timely that I was able to enter into this role, because I think very, very quickly we saw that access to the internet became a really crucial need for our families, our students, and our elders across the city, and many, many other folks. And so as part of my role, we've been thinking about the larger needs for the city of Philadelphia around making sure that folks have access, and making sure that they have digital literacy skills, making sure they have equipment, computers, and devices that they need, a whole range of issues. Prior to that, I was at an organization called Philadelphia Fight, which is a community health center. And they had been working in this digital access space for a really long time. And I was the chief education officer there. And as part of that, I worked with the city about 10 years ago to write a series of grants for the first stimulus funding that came out under the Obama administration. And we won those grants, and we were able to bring over $10 million to the city of Philadelphia to create what became the Key Spot Network, which are community computer access sites where folks can come and use a computer if they don't have one at home. And then to provide a whole suite of digital literacy training across the city with community-based organizations and other organizations on the ground. And so we have known for quite a long time that this issue around digital equity and digital access is really important, and that people need it to do basic things in their lives anymore, from applying to jobs, to getting their health care, to applying for benefits, to banking. Everything today, you need some sort of digital access. And I think that from my perspective, what we've seen really over those past 10 years is it went from really folks thinking about it as more of a nice to have, and that's great. We can provide it in these key spots and access centers for those who don't have it, to now really thinking, no, we need the access. And not only do we need access, we need high quality access, and we need it in the home as much as possible. And I think that realization has been a huge shift. And so the sort of excitement is sort of out of some of this chaos and sort of what's going on with COVID. We've really been able to kind of push this issue. It's risen to the top in a way that it hasn't before. And that gives us opportunities. And one of those opportunities is something, I'm just going to announce it here, Phil, that we just launched called B.PHL Connected, which is a mayoral initiative that is trying to connect up to 35,000 K through 12 households who we think do not have internet access in the home, so that they can get connected for their remote learning. And we are really excited that this has launched, and we are signing up families right now.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think there's too many good possible things that can come out of that. And I think because this has been an issue for so long, having people, knowing people like you, especially now, that are actually taking action towards some of these steps and not just sitting around a table talking about it is really important. I think, and that goes into kind of the next question that we had was kind of where does the passion come from? Just personally, it's one of those situations where I personally just grew up in West Philadelphia. I came from a shelter situation, single parent household, all those things, and then certain kind of factors laid up in the pathway that is my life. And now I'm here kind of being an advocate for STEM education, being an advocate for digital literacy, and really, really hitting home with utilizing, my different networks, my networks with the city, my networks with other nonprofits, my networks from across the country, to really focus on Philadelphia and say, all right, if we have this really big issue, if industry is requiring 8 out of 10 jobs for individuals who are applying to be digital literate or know how to use a keyboard or know how to attach a file, right? How can I best utilize, the job that I'm doing at the organization that I'm doing in a way that's going to be impactful for the city that raised me? So that's kind of the nexus point. I use nexus twice, but that's the nexus point of my passion for this. And it's definitely something that I think is a consistent driver for me. I'll wake up in the morning and say, here's what I need to do today. Here is how I personally as Phil would want to help, individuals who live in Philadelphia, but has also kind of been a historical bridge point between kind of companies and community. That's a whole nother conversation for a different time, but I think that's a huge component to it, because there's workforce development implications in that. There's definitely hiring practices and implications. At the start of COVID, this is really about, individuals who may not have access, not being able to access food. A lot of shopping centers or a lot of just grocery stores, there was a way for you to get groceries delivered to you. And if you don't own a car, if you had to take SEPTA, if you had to ride a bike, none of that was happening because of the chaos that was March. That's still happening even right now. I think, just speaking positively, a lot more folks are a little bit better with it, but still that's a small step towards where our entire culture or just our entire region needs to be. So in terms of that question, my passion really lies from just being Philly born and bred and being having the innate sensibility to kind of make sure I pay it forward. I'm a parent, So I definitely want my kids to have access. How can I also give or connect access to the neighborhood that helped bring me up and make me into the gentleman that I am today?
I think, Phil, your passion comes out so clearly. And I think you also hit the nail on the head about, for me, kind of what drives me around this issue, because there are so many barriers that communities and individuals face when they're trying to get jobs, when they're trying to get into programs, when they are trying to get into school. And when it comes to technology, it is constantly changing and constantly updating. And I know that as somebody, I didn't come out of from an IT background. That is not where I came from. I actually feel quite technology deficient, but I think it helps me in this issue, because what I feel is what other folks feel compounded probably by 10, because they haven't had the resources that I may have had, or they haven't had the same access that I have had in my past. And so I like to think about that there is always, there will likely always be some amount of digital divide as there's new technologies out there. And so this issue is not going to go away. But what we do know is that I think we've hit this critical point, right, where in this city, and this is just an example for those out there, right, we know that there are, based on census data and FCC data, probably about 125,000 households in Philadelphia who do not have either any home internet access or only have home internet access with a smartphone. And I don't know if folks have actually used a smartphone to do any, I mean, we use them all the time, but I know that I'm sitting here doing my work and I've got 2 screens and I am toggling between multiple applications, and there is no way that I can do that on my smartphone. And what we know, and I bet, Phil, you see this all the time with some of the students and young people that you work with, is that they are totally reliant on their smartphones. And what limits and how does that limit them in their ability to really do their work, think about it, have that quality time to upload it, and to do it in a way that makes sense. I mean, they are pretty amazing at it, but I'm sure that you have some thoughts about some of those barriers that they come to your programs with and around digital literacy and digital access. And I would love to hear more about those.
Yeah, for sure. So to be clear for everyone, I still work with young people on many different levels. At the Science Center, my primary focus is workforce development with adults. But even in my work with helping to operate, science fairs, or being a part of George Washington Carver Science Fair, or the Junior Science and Humanities Symposium, or some of these other kind of random hats that I wear that work with young people, it's a situation where Juliet is right. Young people will have their phones and primarily use that as their main source of internet. I read either in a Technically Philly article or another couple articles where young people will have their source of phone. And yes, they can be entrepreneurs. Yes, they can do a lot of business from their phone, but there's still limitations for a phone. A phone is still a phone, although a very strong computer, but it's still a phone, and it won't be kind of recognized as a device that can get you employment. When it comes to resume writing, the small little keyboard on the phone is something, but being able to kind of type on a keyboard, being able to attach a document, you can do some of those things on the phone, but just being able to work in an office environment, or being able to take some of those skills that you learn from a digital tutor or whoever else into the office, the culture of the office won't allow you to, they'll allow you to use your phone, but the primary kind of point is for you to be on a computer. And many of the young people, I'll save this story for a little bit later, but one of the young people I worked with at Roxborough High School, during my time with city government, essentially said to me, he was like, "Mr. Phil, I want to be a veterinarian and I have my phone, but I have access to my school computers. I have access to some of the libraries and things of that nature, potentially a key spot up in that area. But I don't have access at home." Or no. He specifically said it's not high quality access. It takes a long time for it to boot up. It takes a long time for certain things to come in. So even just from a young person's perspective, I can't speak to a young person's perspective as me sitting in their shoes, but having worked with them almost my entire professional career, there are certain threads of truth between all of this that really points towards the digital divide, and a lot of young people not having the right access or not having the right capability. They have the drive, they have the grit, they have the purpose and like their souls even, but to ensure that they have that access is really important, which is why I always love to give shout outs when I can for some of the organizations like Coded by Kids are doing amazing work. Philadelphia Youth Network is doing amazing work. Tech Girls is doing amazing work. And just, some of the organizations here in Philly that really have a big focus on closing that divide is something that I think we need even more of. There's a whole host of folks out there who don't have access. And if we can push forward and that, like, again, stop talking at tables, let's just stop talking about it. Let's just make sure we do something like launching this huge effort that Juliet talked about on Monday, this past Monday, then that pushes us closer to, Philadelphia not being identified as the 6th largest poorest city or, having all these issues. Some of these things can be solved, kind of like a domino effect, if and when folks have digital literacy.
That's so true. I mean, I think that this is, in fact, a solvable problem if we think of internet access in particular as something as necessary as a utility, right? And that we think that everybody needs to have access to it. And we know that at this point, that is absolutely 100% true. I want to echo the shout outs that you did to those organizations. And I want to actually shout out, there's a lot of groups doing this incredible work. So one of them is the Technology Learning Collaborative. This is a group that is made up of couple hundred individuals who work at different organizations and who are doing digital literacy work. And they put on a conference every year around digital literacy and have done trainings every few months or so for both the community and practitioners. And they are made up of folks at Drexel's Unite Center, the People's Emergency Center, Philadelphia OIC, I want to shout out, Philadelphia Fight, 1199C Training Fund. Lots of really great organizations are doing this work. In addition, the city has a group called the Digital Literacy Alliance, and this seeds funding to organizations who are doing innovative digital literacy work. We've had 4 rounds recently, or in the past 4 years, and our most recent one was around the census, really providing some funding for community-based groups who are doing direct work with census workers, and a lot of whom are immigrant-facing organizations to get folks signed up for the census. And we recently did another round, what we call digital navigators. There's 3 organizations who are housing digital navigator helplines, CMAC in South Philadelphia, Drexel's Excite Center in West Philadelphia, and the Community Learning Center in North Philadelphia. And these 3 groups are there to help households get connected to the internet, help them find low cost or free devices, help them literally open up their computer and try to figure out how to get connected if they don't know how to do it. So whether they're students or whether they're older adults, those 3 organizations have trained staff now able to help anybody in Philadelphia with those needs. And we think that this is going to be a key component of our new B.PHL Connected initiative, where we're really helping the K-12 sector get connected as well. So because I don't know how much time exactly we have left, but I just want to make sure that if folks know K-12 students in Philadelphia who don't have internet access, right now they can go to 211. They can call 211, which is housed through the United Way. And 211 will do some basic eligibility screening and then get them connected to the right entity that can help them get what they need. Either a code that they can use towards internet essentials or a hotspot for families who may be housing insecure or homeless families. So those are sort of 2 options within the B.PHL Connected program. And we are really excited that we are able to do this for families. And right now, these families, if they're eligible, can get up to 2 years of free service through this program. So this is a new initiative. We're super excited about it. We're hoping to get the word out. And if folks want to take part in it, there is also a way through the B.PHL Connected website that folks can learn more about how they can support it.
That's awesome. I think I heard in my ear we have maybe a 2-minute warning, or it's time for questions, or something along those lines.
We can talk about this forever.
That's a true statement. But I know we were early scheduled to get some questions in if people had questions. If not, we can talk for the last few moments too, specifically as it relates to some of the initiatives that you mentioned. I know even just giving a shout out to some of the organizations that are doing really amazing work. Besides just the organizations themselves, are there like leaders in this kind of like fight to close the digital literacy gap that you know about specifically that are making efforts, either they're on the ground or that they're at a higher level with Comcast, doesn't matter. Are there folks that, including yourself, actually, so we know really strong leaders that are focusing on this? I will definitely give a shout out to Sylvester Mobley, who is part of Coded by Kids. Just knowing him and having him speak to some of the young people at the science fairs that I've helped to lead in the past has been amazing. He's always brought a very real focus to the things that he does. We've talked, because we're both parents, we've talked about each other's kids. We have this affinity for martial arts, but if it comes down to it, if it comes down to talking about making sure that students are able to connect to careers and opportunities by being digitally literate, then that's the man. He's great people. I like him a lot.
I think there are a number of leaders in the space. I do want to give a shout out to some folks at the city. Otis Hackney and the Mayor's Office of Education has been a huge leader in this space. Mark Wheeler, our CIO at the city in the Office of Innovation and Technology, is really helping to lead this charge. Mari Porter in the city in the Mayor's Office is really making this standing up this as a policy initiative. So at the city level, I think there are a lot of groups very, very interested in this issue. We've also had a really great partnership with the District of Philadelphia, and they are under a lot of pressure to make things work. And we've been working every day with them, literally with 3 or 4 meetings with them every day to make this work for the students. And then also really closely working with the charter school office and the charter schools, because they also have a lot of students in need. And then I think in terms of other leadership, I do want to say that we have a lot of partners on the Digital Literacy Alliance at the ISP level. So, folks at Comcast with their Internet Essentials program really have what I think is probably the least expensive and best option in terms of coverage across the city for low-income residents. And they've been doing it for 10 years now. So they have a really good handle on supporting the folks who need access. Our partnership with T-Mobile has been great, and we have a number of other partnerships with other ISP providers, including Verizon and AT&T. And so I think that there's a lot of support around this. And then the funding for B.PHL Connected was really collaborative. It could not have happened without the foundations coming together with us all and saying, we need to make this happen and we need to put up the funds to do it as we think about the long-term investment. So there's a lot of leadership coming out that way as well.
Awesome. So I think we are officially out of time. I want to say that. Thank you all for tuning in. I'd love having this fireside chat with Juliet. I'm definitely going to follow up on everything happening with this really amazing initiative. Thank you. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for tuning in.
Thank you.
Hey, y'all. Thank you so much to Julie and Phil. I don't need this mask right now. I'm by myself on the stage. Thanks to Julie and Phil for that insightful session. Gives us a lot to think about, especially now since we are relying on digital access now more than ever. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in. Again, we are here at Rec Philly producing our second part of the Amplify Philly at Home series. It's not South by Southwest, but we are here in Philadelphia, and we are grateful for y'all tuning in either now or tuning into this session after the fact otherwise. We are going to take a quick trip down memory lane as we gear up for our next sessions and live music performances here at Amplify at Home. We are going to give y'all a quick video of what it was like down in Austin, Texas in 2019 for our 4th year of Amplify Philly. Enjoy the video.
South by Southwest is an annual conference and festival in Austin, Texas. Philadelphia will have a big presence there thanks to the Amplify Philly initiative.
Well, that was 2019 in Austin, Texas, and as you can tell from the video, we had a pretty good time. And someone who was actually with us down there last year and in years past as a supporter of Amplify for the last few years, John from Green and Spiegel is with us here at Rec Philly in Philadelphia, masks on. But I wanted to bring John on camera, one, to just share a little bit of an experience of what 2019 at South by Southwest meant for yourself, for the company, for the city, why your team supported, what you got out of it, things like that. And then we also we can do a general introduction, let the people know who you are, where you're from, all that good stuff.
Definitely. Very happy to be here. And I would say 2019 in Austin was an eye-opening experience for me. I mean, I think at its very core, what Amplify Philadelphia does is help change the narrative about what Philadelphia is. And for a very long time, I think that we've had, well, let's just say we've been underestimated, underappreciated as a city and what we can bring. But by bringing Philadelphia to sort of like the world stage when we're down there in Austin, it changes the narrative. And really, it's the organization, the speakers, but more than that, what we're able to do at the Philly House is create an environment that showcases the energy that we possess as a city. And to be even a small part of it as a supporter and being able to do a presentation and talk about what the city can do from you from a legal perspective, more than all of that, the vibe and the feel and the entertainers and the crowds that we were able to draw at the Philly House were like nothing I've ever seen before. I mean, it's so funny because, you know, Philadelphia is like a little bit like a joke. You're going to Philadelphia, but if you're going to the Philly House, like that's the place to be. So I think that energy is something that we all know we have as Philadelphians, but being able to see it in a sort of like a little microcosm of the globe with people from all over the world coming to Austin and recognizing what we have as a city was a remarkable effort of outreach and momentum.
Absolutely. Do you have any, off the top, any stories of even connecting with folks from around the world or even folks from Philadelphia while you were there that you ended up walking away with and you're just in your head, just thankful that you were down in Austin during that time to be connecting with those folks?
Yeah, so I mean, to be 100% honest with you, as I've gotten a little bit older and raising a family and everything, I've fallen out of the music scene in Philadelphia.
Sure, we'll get you back in.
Yeah, and like as somebody who plays saxophone and has always enjoyed music, it was interesting to see the new energy and new momentum we're seeing from our musical performers and who you were able to get to come down to Philadelphia. And that was spectacular. We even switched identities at one point, which was like quite funny because Dave was a little bit injured and I ended up going to events and pretending to be you. So that was something I'll never forget. But, you know, more than that, it's funny because when I was giving the presentation with Lauren Schwartz from the city and Karina from the Science Center, yes, it was great to present what we had to the audience, but being able to like really interact with those two people that are making a difference in the incubator scene in Philadelphia, trying to promote businesses to come to the area, and actually providing a space where you can develop those ideas much the same way Rec Philadelphia does, but on like sort of the tech, biotech side, that was incredible for me. And I would not have had that opportunity to be so intimately involved with those individuals and really learning like what my clientele can gain from the city without that experience of being preparing for a presentation, speaking with them on stage, and really getting to know them on an intimate basis. And that to me from last year was like actually my biggest takeaway.
Awesome. I love to hear that. And just so the folks at home who are watching might be new to yourself and new to your firm, can you give a little background about what's going on at Green and Spiegel on a local level, things that you're excited about, but also on an international kind of like / federal level of some of the higher level projects about immigration and things that are happening. What's happening at your firm?
So Green and Spiegel is a full-service immigration firm, but we really have a heavy focus on entrepreneurs, people that are expanding businesses from Europe, people that have ideas that they're trying to develop. And we are sort of the facilitators. You know, we help them come to the United States. And frankly, we promote Philadelphia as the place you should come to set up your business because of the resources we were just talking about. To be 100% honest with you, this past 3.5 years has been an extreme challenge for the firm and the clients that we represent. And the pandemic has only made that more acute. But what is amazing is the resolve that foreign nationals have to coming to the United States and thinking to themselves that this is the place where they want to start their business. This is the place where they want to start their next venture. And if I may, I'll just tell you a quick little story, but I was giving a presentation to a bunch of immigrant investors and entrepreneurs a couple years ago, and I asked them why they wanted to start their business in the United States. Why wouldn't they do it in their home country? Why wouldn't they go to Australia or Canada or England? And they said, the United States is the one place where you are applauded for just trying. You know, if you try, that makes you cool. Even if you don't succeed, you're still cool because you tried. And in other countries, failure is like a black mark that you carry forever. But in the United States, you wear it like a badge of honor. Like if you talk to any entrepreneur who's really made it successful, the first thing they're going to tell you is about all the times that they failed. Yep. You know, they'll say, well, I was eating ramen for 6 weeks in my buddy's, garage or whatever it is. It's those stories that are like woven into the fabric of the United States. And something that we tend to forget is that 1/2 of all Fortune 100 companies in the United States were founded by immigrants or the children of immigrants. Immigration is like a huge part of who we are as a culture and a country. And what I found most remarkable about the past 3.5 years is whilst the federal administration is pushing, let's put it nicely and say, an anti-immigration agenda, the city of Philadelphia has remained very welcoming. A huge part of our population growth is due to new Americans. We embrace the other. We celebrate differences as opposed to be afraid of it. And I think that it's easy to look at what the federal government is doing and mistake that for the behaviors and actions of the local community. So
interesting. Well, that's a lot of good insight there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of negativity going on in the world from all different parts, but to add some positivity, specifically in Philadelphia, what are things that you're seeing or things you're excited for the city over the next few months, if not the next few years?
I mean, I don't think you can count us out, and certainly we might be down, but we're going to get back up. And you can start to see it. You know, we can't sugarcoat it. The spring was rough. I mean, you walk around Center City, you walk around the neighborhoods, there's no activities, there's restaurants closing, but now there's an eerie sort of vibrance that's coming back, a resiliency that, permeates the entire population here, whether it be parking spaces being replaced with sidewalk cafes, or the reopening or grand opening of Rec Philadelphia, or people trying to figure out ways to be responsible and go about their business, but understanding that there's a new level of respect that we need for each other is unbelievable. And I think, it's going to sound kind of weird, but here we are wearing masks, doing a presentation.
Yeah, making it happen.
The mask rate in Philly is like way high.
Absolutely.
I mean, and I see it as a sign of respect for my fellow man. It's not about protecting me. It's about us in this together.
Absolutely.
So, I think it's going to be rough coming back, but I know that we will.
Yeah,
So.
I love that. Gotta love the optimism at this point. So for 2021, do you expect us that we're going to be down in South by again, or what are your hopes there?
I sure hope so, man.
Same.
I mean, honestly, what we're doing here in this platform and bringing Amplify to your home, I think is awesome. But there really is no substitute for being there and being in person. What I will say will be interesting, though, is the lessons that we've learned from the pandemic, the ability to have this platform, it's going to be able to be combined with what we do when we go back to South by Southwest. And for those of you that can't come, I encourage you to come if traveling is safe and everything's cool. But if you can be able to interact with us while we're down there, I think can bring a little bit of that feeling back to Philadelphia.
Yeah, there's nothing more than I love just having our group and our community down in a different city, halfway across the country, and it's sometimes the closest that we'll ever be with the other people that are with us in that moment.
I'm telling you guys, like the Philly house is cool.
It's popping.
It's cool.
Absolutely. Well, John, thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
For taking the time to come down to Rec. Always appreciate your support for everything that Amplify is doing. We look forward to having you hopefully down at South by next year. I always got a little word that people were interested in checking out that 2019 recap video. So we actually have our 2018 recap video that we're looking forward to spotlighting for y'all. We're going to send it over to our 2018 video. These videos are actually made by Rec members, Matt Henry, Kevin Kilkenny, who produced the media, who are down at South by with us. So thank y'all to our local creators. Let's kick it and show y'all 2018 in action.
Baby, won't you lay down? Let's watch this water boil. Let the others run around. Just this once. Lay down with me a moment. Let me ease your word mind. Lay down and drift a moment. Let's not waste any more of our precious time. 808s and crowded rooms, 'cause ain't no feeling quite like cutting loose. And ain't no feeling quite like coming to and realizing that you're unstoppable. I never could hoop, but now baby I'm balling, making every good night turn into a good morning. A man in the moment, a myth in the making. Yeah, I'm a living legend, baby. Hendrix, Michael, and Marley made me. Oh! Keep betting on red now, baby, until we run out of money. Keep
2018 was almost as exciting as 2019. It was our 4th year down in Austin, Texas, and that was a grand old time. As you'll see on your screen now, we have a 3-minute countdown to our first live performance of the evening. It's a brief switch in our programming, but we have one of the most talented guitarists and singers that we know here in Philadelphia going to take the stage in partnership with WXPN. In about 2 minutes, we will hear the great sounds of our guy, Al Zamora. So stay tuned in 2 minutes and we'll be rocking. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you so much, Al. We really appreciate it. And you can catch Al with Jada Lee at 3:10 this afternoon. Thanks again. That was a really nice mid-afternoon break. Next up, we want to invite Kristen Kale from Spark Therapeutics and Paige Gross from Technically Philly. They will be talking about Philly MedTech, research, trends, and COVID-19. This session was made possible in partnership with Philly Tech Week, so we thank them again for their partnership. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about this fireside chat. Kristen and Paige will talk about the trends and research coming out of Philadelphia's booming med tech industry, including how the city is playing a role in curing COVID-19. So with that, I will hand it over to Paige.
Hey, Kristen, thanks for joining me.
Hi, Paige. Thanks for having me.
So to jump into this chat, I just kind of want to outline that, in the last 10 years, Philadelphia has really become a hub for med tech. And that includes, biotech, life sciences, kind of a range of medical technology companies, especially ones we've seen with specializing in cell and gene therapy. And Spark Therapeutics, where you join us from, is definitely playing a large part in that, especially because early last year, it became the biggest VC-backed exit that Philly has ever seen, with a nearly $5 billion deal. So just to kind of start out, Kristen, can you tell us a little bit about your role at Spark Therapeutics and what it's been like to kind of work across a handful of med tech companies in your tenure in Philadelphia?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm very proud to work at Spark, where we develop gene therapies to help people with debilitating genetic diseases. We use an AAV vector, which is basically a helper virus, which is very safe. Tuck in a gene that the participant in our trial or the patient is missing and is causing their disease, like hemophilia or Pompe, and we're able to do a gene replacement. So now they have the functional protein and they're able to restore the function of clotting or lysosomal storage. And so in my role, I'm the immunomonitoring team lead. And so we essentially support clinical trials and perform T-cell assays to look for any potential immune responses to the viral vector that could compromise efficacy. Mm-hmm. So we really champion the patient. And then also we're involved in preclinical studies so that we can continue to get new drugs and therapeutics through the pipeline and help more and more people who have genetic disorders. And also really exciting, gene therapy is still relatively new if you think about it.
Yeah.
A tremendous amount has been learned about the immune response to gene therapy in a very short period of time, but there's still a lot of nuances that we can research and discover. And so that's another role that my team fills, is doing some of the R&D work to really understand how the immune system sees the AAV vector, whether it responds or whether it doesn't, and how we can use all of that information to make our therapies even more successful and touch a broader population of patients who are suffering.
Yeah, thanks. So you joined Spark about a year and a half ago, early 2019. So that's what you've been focusing on the last year and a half, but I know you've held various roles in different med tech startups and companies since you've been in Philadelphia. So do you want to kind of explain, how your career has changed over the last, so many years, and the types of med tech companies you've worked on and projects you've been a part of?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been really fortunate to have a lot of great career opportunities that have ultimately led me to Spark. I got my PhD from Jefferson studying HIV and fusion inhibitors. And after I graduated, I went to Integral Molecular and continued working on viruses, specifically looking at how antibodies engage viruses and how they could be protective in a vaccine setting. And how in certain viruses like dengue, they can actually enhance infection and cause a hemorrhagic fever. So that was really exciting work, and I loved being there, but I ended up getting recruited to another Science Center company, Invisible Sentinel, to be the director of R&D. And so at that role, I developed molecular diagnostics based on the DNA of pathogenic bacteria, so that you could have a rapid test for bacteria in the food supply. And that also translated to other industries like the beer and wine industry who look for spoilage organisms. And so I got to work with a lot of craft brewers and wineries, and that was a ton of fun. And I love both companies, but at the end of the day, when I thought about my life's work, I really wanted to be in a position to bring therapies to patients who really needed it. And so when I took a step back, I had the virology experience, I had the immuno experience, and also the DNA molecular biology. And if you kind of slam all of those together, you get gene therapy. So that's what really led me to Spark. And I'm really proud to be a part of Spark and really fortunate to have had the experiences at Integral Molecular and Visible Sentinel as well that have prepared me for this role.
Yeah, and I feel like we have to talk about coronavirus because we're talking about life sciences, and that Philadelphia was already kind of a big player in the medtech scene, but especially now there's a lot of eyes on the region because we're seeing companies like Integral Molecular that, you know, you used to work for, taking kind of a stab at not necessarily creating a vaccine for it, because we're seeing that all around the country. Companies kind of throwing their hat into the ring on that front, but just also trying to understand the virus. And, you know, I talked to the company early in the pandemic and they said, you know, we can learn a lot about this virus by understanding viruses of the past. So I know that ties into your former work of researching HIV and other viruses. So can you talk a little bit about, I know Spark isn't directly working on a vaccine, but the industry must have been disrupted by the coronavirus pandemic. So what is it like to just work in this industry right now and to kind of have a worldwide pandemic be the focus on everyone's minds?
Yeah, I mean, COVID-19 has affected us all tremendously in all kinds of different ways. At Spark, certainly, when the pandemic first hit, the major concern was the safety of our employees and the safety of our clinical trial participants. And so being at a scientific company that has a very strong medical board of directors, they were able to take swift action to put policies in place to keep everybody safe, which meant that we had to stop enrollment on our clinical trials, which was a little bit like letting the air out of a balloon. We were getting ready to launch our Pompeii trial, which we're really excited about, but it was the right decision to not potentially expose patients to the healthcare setting and also to not overstrain a burdened healthcare system. And so also we went to a shutdown except for essential workers, but since my team supports the clinical trials and the participants who are still in the clinical trials, we were an essential part of that. So we continued to report on site and champion the patient and continued to do the immunomonitoring throughout the shutdown. But Spark also pivoted and thought about the different things that we could do effectively working from home. And a lot of that involved a major hiring campaign so that we could fill some additional roles. And for my team, it meant that it gave us a little bit of a moment to step back, look at our projects, look at our goals and our objectives, and really dig in and plan out the experiments and be all ready to go when we restarted. So things are not quite normal right now, but they're getting back to normal. We're in a restart phase, so we have about 50% capacity of lab researchers. So we're able to restart some of those research activities that were put on hold, and we're also now able to start enrollment in our clinical trials again, based on the locations that the sites, the clinical sites, and where the participants are located as well, because it is a global trial and we have to be very mindful about the COVID situation in a lot of different regions around the globe.
Yeah, it's amazing to me to think about an industry that's built to kind of address viruses and, you know, health crises like these is still going to be disrupted when a global pandemic happens.
Yeah, and the other portion of it, I think that Spark and a lot of other Philly biotech and medtech companies really wanted to do whatever we could do locally to help. Certainly at Spark, we're not working with on COVID-19, but we wanted to donate as much of our PPE as we could as quickly as possible. So that meant forecasting how much my group would need to get us through the shutdown and donating, all of our hand sanitizer, masks, gloves, gowns, everything to local hospitals so that we could contribute in any way that we could. So that was a little stressful, I would say, to make sure that we had what we need, but we could give as much as we could too.
Yeah. So you kind of mentioned that you're starting to return to being able to work on some of your clinical trials again. Is it kind of just that we're in the phase where we can slightly reopen, but obviously eyes will still be toward a vaccine or some sort of cure for the virus in this, industry for the next year or two?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that this is really the moment where a lot of vaccinologists, virologists, immunologists, and life science professionals have been preparing for. As scientists, I think that you anticipate that pandemics will come and pandemics will go, maybe every couple hundred or every 100 years. And frankly, we were due for one. So I think that a lot of companies around Philadelphia and around the globe have really pivoted and devoted resources to working on COVID-19. There's a lot of local stories of different universities and companies contributing their technologies to help the fight against COVID. And I think that Integral Molecular is a prime example of that with their technology and their expertise in viruses, where they're able to use their epitope mapping to look at how different antibodies would engage COVID and whether they would be protective or not, and also map out the receptors that COVID uses to get into your cells, because it does so efficiently enter your cells and cause major damage. They also were awarded a NIAID contract for $1 million to help with vaccine and therapeutic efforts. And one of the things that I saw that was really great, they've always had this reporter virus technology, which is essentially a safer way to work with a virus. It has a reporter in it and it has the coronavirus spike on it, but it's not a replication competent virus. So they're able to give this to companies. They give a sample for free so that people can study the virus and their therapeutics in a safe way without having to have all the extra BSL-3, BSL-4 spacesuit requirements. So I think they're one example of how local companies are really helping with the fight against COVID.
Yeah. And I think, Philly, like we said at, the beginning of our chat, Philly has really risen in the last 10 years or so to be known as a region who's kind of ready and willing to take on that like MedTech title. And let's talk about your career over the last, 10 years or so. What do you think, what kind of trends in MedTech have changed, either in your roles or just in the industry as a whole? How have you seen this region change in terms of MedTech and life sciences in the last 10, 15 years?
Well, I've certainly seen a lot of growth and been part of a lot of growth, not just with companies starting up and growing with their personnel, but also building out state-of-the-art facilities and expanding more and more. I also think that you see a lot of emerging companies and startups and spin-outs that are doing very, very well. And this really hit me when I was looking for that next step in my career and I was doing my job search. And I thought, my goodness, there's all these companies that, way back when I didn't even know about, and they're doing fascinating things. And so I think there's just a ton of growth and there's a ton of technological advances. And I also feel like the Philadelphia MedTech scene is very close-knit and collaborative. So I think that a lot of the different companies, groups, and academics work together to harness diverse perspectives and skill sets and put those together so that they can come up with really great solutions to some complex medical questions.
Yeah. You use the term collaborative, which I've actually heard a decent amount in reporting on the coronavirus pandemic, which is just that companies are really willing to, like you said, donate PPE or work together on any sort of solution or idea that they think might be helpful. Do you think that that is an attitude in other cities? We see a lot of attention toward like Silicon Valley or Boston having a lot of like science startups. Do you feel like that attitude is in those places, or is that unique to Philly?
Oh, yeah. I think it's global. I think it's across Philly, across the US, and across the globe. I think another example is Matthias Schnell out of Jefferson partnering with Batar Pharmaceuticals to take his vaccine that he's developed and be able to move that through clinical trials. And I think that there are some partnerships locally between Wistar and Inovio putting together a vaccine as well. And then you see a lot of big pharma collaborating, which was a bit of a surprise to me, but somewhat heartwarming and very encouraging, where people can put together their skill sets, whether it's research and development or formulation, manufacturing, distribution, so that no matter how big or how small you are, if you develop a really promising candidate and partner with the right people, that you can accelerate the discovery, you can accelerate the clinical trials as much as you can while still being safe, and be able to really mobilize together to try to tackle this pandemic. So that's something that I don't believe I have seen before in my career, really happen.
Yeah. Do you think that will be an attitude moving forward when we've maybe like jumped this hurdle of the very urgent need for a vaccine, or do you think it's specific to being in a global crisis?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think that depending on your company's mission and everything, you might go back to a more competitor type of relationship, or maybe the collaborations are working so well that you realize that partnering up is the best solution. So I think companies are very protective about their intellectual property, but I think that it takes something that is this devastating for people around the world to bring people together, set aside their competitive nature and come together. And, I'd like to see that continue. And I think that at Spark and also at Integral Molecular, there is a ton of collaboration, both internally and externally with academics and other companies, so that you can leverage different skill sets and different technologies and come up with really innovative solutions.
So when we talk about Philly really being a destination for new startups to set up shop or to draw in kind of the type of candidates to run those companies, what do you think it is about Philadelphia that has made it kind of that destination? Is it like lifestyle things? Is it resources? How are we continuing to bring in the right people to make this a booming industry here?
I think there's a ton of factors that really play into why Philly is so attractive to bring additional medtech companies and venture capitalists and funding into the region. I think a lot of it comes down to the really vast and unique talent pool. We have so many universities around here. We have great public transportation, so you can really draw people in from the suburbs and have great graduates and postdocs from the universities. So the talent's here. And I think it's also a very innovative spirit in Philadelphia, very close-knit, a lot of networking opportunities. But I think that there's also the support systems that if you have an idea and you want to get it off the ground, you have places like the Science Center that can provide the resources for you to go into an incubator, to get all of the data and the proof that you need to suddenly, graduate from the incubator and become a company. And without those resources and support from the Science Center and from different companies, I don't think that the growth would be possible.
Yeah. I also just wanted to remind folks who are watching to feel free to submit questions to Kristen or myself. But Kristen, so you just mentioned VC dollars, and I know Spark, is now notorious for this giant VC-backed deal. What do you think is appealing to investors about the Philadelphia region for this industry right now? And I've heard, from, many people that you have to go to LA, you have to go to New York City, you have to go to Silicon Valley to find those investors. Can you talk about why that may or may not be true?
Well, certainly I'm a scientist, not necessarily a business person, but I can give you my perspective on it. I think that Philly may be overlooked when people write their top 3 list or something like that, but it really is a med tech ecosystem. You know, of all these companies, of all these talented professionals who come here for work, come here with their spouses, stay here because they love the city. And also companies want to come here and be part of that, and be part of the passion, the excitement, the drive, the ambition, to develop new technologies and therapeutics. And I also think that there's a lot of opportunities to build state-of-the-art facilities here, whether that's the Navy Yards, Schuylkill Yards, U City Square. I just think that there's a ton of opportunities and a ton of talented scientists to recruit to companies. And Philly has a lot going for it outside of that as well, which is what keeps the talent here.
Yeah. Do you think that the available technology now compared to maybe 10 or 15 years ago is allowing for that rapid growth?
Oh my goodness, yes. I mean, if you just think about DNA sequencing, for example, how far that's come and how much information you can get out of high throughput sequencing now, and you think about other technologies like live cell imaging, where you can look at what cells are doing in real time with different dyes. And if you look at these videos, they're fascinating, and it really helps you understand the discrete details of the mechanism of action for these different drugs. So I think that a lot of companies are putting out new technologies and putting these tools in researchers' hands so that we can understand things better and faster and, quite honestly, cheaper.
Yeah. What do you think the next 10 years of Philly's med tech industry will look like, whether it's involved technology or just trends? Do you think we'll continue to see cell and gene therapy like as a leader?
I do. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of cell and gene therapy programs and companies coming here and staying here. So I believe that will continue. And I just think that there's going to be tremendous growth in a lot of different areas, whether that be diagnostics, therapeutics, technology platforms like integrals, where you can study your antibodies, your therapeutics, and understand really the nuances of how they work. So I think it's just going to continue to grow and thrive and provide a lot of opportunities for researchers and companies in the region.
Got it. And what about you personally? What's something that you're excited to either continue working on or hope to work on in the future?
For me, I think that gene therapy has been so rewarding for me at Spark. And I think that we have a strong pipeline past hemophilia and Pompe onto Huntington's disease and other blindness disorders. And so I think that there's so much to learn and do there that I'm going to be quite happy to help contribute to that, because I do see gene therapy as a silver bullet for a lot of rare diseases that have no current treatments or have treatments that might be supportive but might not be curative. So I think that's going to continue to be my passion for some time now. But at the heart of everything, I started out in virology. And so, you know, within Spark, better understanding the AAV virus and how it works and engineering it, I think, are things that are really exciting to me.
Yeah. When I spoke with Integral Molecular back in March, I remember Ben saying, you know, we have been thinking about viruses forever, and now suddenly everyone is thinking about viruses. Is that how you feel?
What's that?
Is that how you feel? Like, it's weird to kind of jump into this pandemic understanding how viruses work, but suddenly the entire world is interested in that.
Yeah, it is actually. And I think that, you know, Ben has been thinking about viruses for decades. And so it's really interesting to see now. And I also think the other thing is that I work on T cells now, and T cells are now starting to become the thing that they think might be predictive of how symptomatic you might be if you get COVID. So I think not just viruses are going to really come to the forefront, but also T cells kind of deserve their day in the limelight.
Yeah, got it. Are there any other companies? I know you're very excited about your work at Spark, but are there any companies that you see as like up and coming, or maybe their focus of research is really interesting right now?
Well, I mean, I know that we're talking about Integral a lot. I had great experiences there. Now to look back, now that I've been away for 5, 6, or 7 years and see what they're doing and how they've expanded and the different viruses that they're tackling, it's just fascinating and amazing. So honestly, I continue to keep my eye on what they're doing and try to look for opportunities to work together on different things as well.
Yeah, got it. What has it been like doing this very integral work from home during this time?
It's been interesting. I think I adjusted pretty quickly. I think that obviously everybody's Zooming and everybody's doing video calls, so everybody has meetings constantly. I think that's the major thing that is different. But I also think that, I don't know if you feel the same, that I'm working more than I did before when I was on site.
Yeah, it's definitely harder to, I mean, many of us are working in spare bedrooms or their primary bedrooms or the coffee table or the kitchen table. Yeah, I know you mentioned that it's very collaborative right now between people at your company, but also the industry as a whole. Do you feel like that's affected by the remote work?
No, not at all. I think that if you're setting up effective meetings and sharing things, I think that at least with myself and my team, we're still able to have very enriched scientific discussions, make good decisions, do a lot of brainstorming, and that's been really great to use this time. And we also have some collaborations, partnerships, and contracts with different companies. And those have been going very well as well. So there's not much of a disruption. I think the major disruption is when you're 50% capacity in a lab, how do you keep the work moving?
Yeah. Has your lab or any lab that you've worked with before ever faced something like this where either lab is at capacity or the clinical trials are disrupted for some reason?
No, never. This is unprecedented for me.
Got it. So we just got a question from someone watching, wondering, Kristen, if someone wants to learn more about where they can go to find out some information about Spark, where do we find that? Spark's website, I assume?
Yeah, I think Spark has a really great website. You can see our pipelines, you can see our technology platforms, you can take a look at our Spark values and our mission. And so I think it's a great resource. There's also a ton of press releases, and we recently had a Nature paper on IDES, which is a way that you can knock out neutralizing antibodies that might go after that AAV vector. And if you knock those out, you're able to get that into the cells where it needs to go better and get more gene expression and more proteins. So there's a ton of literature out there that you can read. And then there's also our website.
Got it. Cool. And then someone asked, can we do anything to support these projects?
It's an interesting question. To support the COVID projects, or?
I think the projects that you were just talking about, either clinical trials or.
I'm trying to think. I don't know externally how people could support, but certainly if people are at a company or have a technology that they think could help bolster what we're doing and, have the technical know-how, I think certainly reach out, and there might be opportunities and synergies there.
Yeah. Can you talk about, I know your background is varied, but what kind of background, like maybe you're looking to join the medtech industry, what kind of backgrounds are helpful to kind of get a foot in the door in tech or life sciences in Philly?
Yeah, I think the great thing is that MedTech in Philly, there's so many different disciplines, from virology, which we've been talking a lot about, to molecular biology, to various protein engineering and therapeutics, and also platform technologies. And so somebody could come out with a degree in molecular biology, biochemistry, virology, pharmacology, and find their place. So I think it's just starting with what you love, studying that in school, and getting your foot in the door with that. I think there's a lot of different internship programs that the local universities do that is a great way to take advantage of a co-op program, get your foot in the door so you already have that experience when you leave college.
Yeah.
And then I think it's also kind of the route that I took was take the experience that I have and go someplace, and I loved it. And then also when opportunities and doors arise to switch gears, even if it's not in your wheelhouse, but you have the skill set that's translatable, being brave enough to take that jump, to take that leap and do something different. And that's kind of how I've approached it, is accumulating different skill sets that ultimately come together to help me look at different challenges in a different light than some of my colleagues might.
Yeah. I'm wondering, so in the fall, we did kind of a look into, is there a path to working in STEM without the traditional college degree? I know a lot of jobs, especially of like your stature, have associated master's or doctorate degrees. If you're interested in STEM, but don't necessarily want to be in school for 10 years, is there a path toward working in STEM that doesn't necessarily start with a traditional college or higher education?
I think typically the college education is the traditional route, certainly, but I do think that there are 2-year programs, and I think also that Wistar offers a biotech addition to a 2-year degree, and then you get an internship in different companies, and we were supportive of that at Integral as well as Invisible Sentinel. And that's kind of a shorter track to get in, and also gives you those opportunities rotating at different companies so that you can get in there, get to know people, perform, and when jobs open up, they think of you. So I think that there's a lot of those sorts of opportunities, and I think that there's also some state-funded internships and on-the-job training that a lot of the biotech companies do take advantage of to give people opportunities and grow their workforce.
Yeah. I know you mentioned just now the job hopping and trying to collect different skill sets. I know in tech, in covering tech, it's pretty often that we see a high turnover rate just because software developers and people who work in tech constantly want to kind of have access to the newest thing. Is that a similar mindset in STEM? Do you see people often kind of spending a year or two somewhere learning those skills and then moving on, or do you see longer kind of 10 years places?
I think it definitely depends. I think I see people like myself sticking around in my past 2 roles for 4 or 5 years and then deciding to take the skills and use them in a different discipline. So I don't think that we see as high of a turnover rate.
Got it.
But there's a ton of opportunity. So I think that there's always kind of that shiny new thing that you're like, I could really do some great work there. So I think it depends on the person. And also, you know, if you're in a place that has a ton of opportunities, there is more of a chance to kind of play around at different companies. But I think that once people find someplace that they love, they tend to stick around.
And I'm sure as technology has advanced, it's been a faster rate of like being able to start something new or try something new or test something faster. Do you think as technology advances that might change, that people might start moving a little bit faster to kind of learn about that technology at a new in a new company?
Could you repeat the question a little bit?
Sure. As technology advances, do you think that the turnover rate will change as we're more able to rapidly understand and, I guess, figure out scientific discovery?
Yeah, I think as technology advances, I think the people working on it get really excited about what's the next generation and they get really passionate about it. So it could work either way. You know, if you're advancing the technology and really passionate about it, then you kind of want to stay on your projects and see how far you can take it.
Yeah.
But certainly as it advances, then attractive opportunities present themselves and, you know, might be the right time to make a move.
Yeah. And Kristen, somebody asked, why did you choose Philadelphia to start your career?
Well, it was kind of for family reasons. You know, my sister's down here in Philadelphia, so that's one of the reasons that I decided to do my master's internship at GSK and then went to Jefferson because I really wanted to work on stem cells and then got into a PhD program and started to learn about all of the other companies and everything that was being done. And, the commute's great, the companies are great, my colleagues are very talented at all of these places. And so that's really, why I came and why I stay here.
Got it. And I missed a question from a little bit ago, which is, what are other cities doing that are leading in the same space? I'm not sure if they're asking about in response to the pandemic or just in general, but we can start with in response to the pandemic. So what have you seen other cities? How have you seen them responding to the pandemic? And I know that vaccines being developed is a big part of that. So are there any cities or areas that are standing out to you in your mind that are also kind of doing some notable work on the pandemic?
Well, yeah, I think about some of my former collaborators out in California in La Jolla at the Scripps Institute, really leveraging big databases and access to people who have been exposed to COVID and being able to get huge databases to look for different factors that contribute to severe outcomes, as well as trying to understand what's happening in the body. So I think there's a ton going on out in California, certainly Boston, certainly Research Triangle Park. So I would expect that you're probably seeing a similar situation in those cities as well.
Got it. And to kind of address cities that are kind of leading in the same space, I think this one is probably talking about MedTech. So are there areas of the country that are also kind of known for MedTech? Are we competing with any regions for that kind of top title? And if not, where do you kind of geographically think of, like, maybe life sciences is here, or some other kind of sciences like more known in this region? Do you think about the industry like that?
I don't necessarily, but I do know that there are, very similar hubs of research. I think a lot of times these places are anchored by universities and the top talent there, then the industry forms around that. So again, I think about out in California, San Francisco, I think about Research Triangle Park, I think about Boston, New York, certainly. So they have very, very strong med tech scenes, but Philly's in the mix. We've got this.
Cool. And we've talked a little bit about what things make Philly great for this industry, but are there things that you think Philly could work on to kind of make it stronger?
Well, again, I'm not necessarily a business person, but my husband is very much into finance. So I think in conversations with him, it's the taxes. I think that, the technology's here. I think that the people are here. The industry is here. I think one of the barriers to entry is the Philadelphia taxes.
Interesting. Is there anything that you wanted to add, Kristen, that we didn't? I know we only have a few minutes left to kind of talk about. Or anything you're excited to?
Well, I think we've covered a lot. I think I just kind of want to wrap up by saying that Philly has so much going for it. It's this great ecosystem of biotech, collaboration, innovation. And I think with regards to COVID-19, collaboration is key. And we've been saying this in so many different contexts. But when it comes down to it, whether it's personal or whether it's working on research, we're all in this together and we're going to find a way through it together.
Cool. Got it. Thanks, Kristen, for joining us. I think there's a few minutes.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, you too.
Super interesting, and it's cool to hear that Philly is leading in medtech and playing such a pivotal role in cure for COVID. So I'm glad to see Philly shine in that way, and thank you so much for your both of your times. So again, Philly Tech Week is a partner of ours, and we can't believe that the summer has sped by so fast, but we are approaching what will be Philly Tech Week's main week, which will be September 21st to 25th. And later on this afternoon, we will have Vincent Better from Technically joining us to let us know what attendees can expect from that. And then in a few moments, we will welcome Michelle Histand from B.PHL, who will give us a sneak peek of their festival in September too. So we are entering into what will be a virtual festival season in September, and we're so glad to be partnering with B.PHL and Philly Tech Week on all types of different sessions. And like I said, in a couple moments, we will have Michelle join us from, I'm guessing, what would be her living room. But Michelle Histand is, again, the Director of Innovation with Independence Blue Cross, and the brains and has a lot of elbow grease going into BPHL Innovation Fest. So we are super excited to hear what people can expect from BPHL this year.
All right. Hi, guys. Thanks, Michelle. I am in my living room / dining room. So really nice to be with you guys. And I'm excited to tell you about BPHL. We are going to virtual festival season. So BPHL is less than 3 weeks away at this point. We are live September 15th to 17th. And you can catch us at bphlfest.com. So just a little bit about what you guys can expect. We have almost 100 sessions planned for over the 3 days, mostly virtual, but there are some experiences around town that I'll talk about if you're local here in Philly. So for our virtual stuff, I'll talk about that first. We have sessions on everything innovation, from how to stay creative and stay inspired at this time. So people like Mark Summers, host of Double Dare and Unwrapped, talking about his innovation journey. The founder of Passion Planner, talking about how to kind of plan your day and stay inspired. We have Rescue Spa doing some at-home skincare. And then we move into things that are more recovery focused. So, how can you innovate through what's happening with COVID-19? So we have things like workforce development, and that's both geared at businesses and individuals who are looking for new opportunities. And then on the other hand, a really big focus on social justice and anti-racism. So we have a lot of sessions around, we have a session called White Women Opt-in. We have implicit bias workshops. There are limited opportunity in the mornings for sign up. So just a little bit of everything, no matter what your interests are, whether you're thinking about being creative in your personal life, whether you're thinking about innovating your business life, whether you're thinking about just how to stay creative and sane during this time while you're home. We have some cooking demos and things like that. So really excited. And the best thing is BPHL is totally free this year. So registration's open now. You can go to BPHL Fest, F-E-S-T, so BPHLFEST.com and register. And you can go to as many or as few sessions as you want. You can kind of jump in and out of things throughout the 3 days. We've announced one celebrity speaker, so Issa Rae will be joining us. We're really excited to hear from Issa Rae about being an actress in Hollywood, about her path, about writing a book, Adventures of an Awkward Black Girl. We're really excited to have her, and we'll be making a big announcement this week about somebody else. So I'll just give you a hint that it is a worldwide announcement. So I'll leave it with that. So really excited to let you guys know about that, and hope that you'll share the word, get out there and register, come to a lot, come to a little. And then the last thing I'll mention is there are some experiences around town. So we'll have in the Fashion District be a pen pal wall. You can take or leave an email address or both to connect with somebody new. We'll have a button wall where you can take some buttons that do the talking for you while we're all masked up. And then we'll have some photo opportunities around the city. So look out for those. Those will be posted on our website as well. So that's what I got. We would love to see you guys at BPHL. We'll do networking and have happy hour stuff too. Team trivia. So we'll get to see each other and chat. If you have any questions, hit us up on the website, bphlbooks.com. That's it.
So much, Michelle. We are really, really excited to hear what we have to expect from BPHL, and always so excited to hear about the big names, and love that there's so much variety for people to explore and check out. Especially love that we can all get out of our houses safely and have some fun with some of your interactive kind of hybrid elements as well. So for everybody that is tuned in, we thank BPHL for being an Amplify Philly sponsor, and we're super excited about the fest. So you can check our social media channels over the coming weeks, we will be surely retweeting and shouting out a bunch of B.PHL highlights and programs. But for now, we have another startup spotlight, again, presented by Comcast, NBCUniversal, Lift Labs. And we will be hearing from Jason Coles of Katika, but first we are going to have Keenan Corrigan, the senior program manager of startup engagement at Lift Labs. Do we have Keenan?
Hey everyone, again, my name is Keenan Corrigan. I'm Senior Program Manager for Lift Labs on the Startup Engagement team for Comcast NBCUniversal. Thrilled to introduce our next Startup Pitch Spotlight. So you'll get to see a 5-minute pitch from one of our fantastic founders, and then followed by that will be 10 minutes of Q&A and feedback from 2 experts. So we'll roll right into the pitch now, and you'll get to see the experts in a minute.
Hi everyone, my name is Jason Coles, founder and CEO of Katika. Katika is an online marketplace, directory, and experiences platform that provides a central location for customers to discover Black-owned products, services, and experiences in both the U.S. and South Africa. We empower Black entrepreneurs to sell their products, services, and events by providing them with free e-commerce tools. Our vision is to be the global bridge connecting Black-owned brands to the world through commerce, community, and culture. Now, if you've ever tried to find a Black-owned business, you'll quickly realize that it could be quite a laborious task, right? Many times resulting with no solution. Well, what Aisha, who's my co-founder, what she and I discovered through our research was that Black-owned businesses suffer from a discoverability problem. There's more than 17.3 million Black-owned businesses just in the U.S., according to the U.S. Census. But unfortunately, many of them suffer from being discovered on the internet. And what we found that was that small Black businesses are having a difficult time acquiring new customers simply because they don't have large budgets to run digital ads like many of their competitors do. They also struggle to create and maintain an online presence, which is due to a lack of knowledge about SEO, keywords, and other web technologies, or they're simply marginalized on popular search platforms like Google and Yelp, where the results are implicitly weighted towards non-Black small businesses. So our solution to these plaguing problems was to create a global online directory, marketplace, and ticketing portal to discover products, services, and events from Black-owned businesses across the world. So you can think of Katika as Etsy, Yelp, and Eventbrite bundled into one platform. This ensures that without having to do a filter search, any business found on the Katika platform is a verified Black-owned business. Now, we further wanted to empower small Black-owned businesses by providing them with, again, free technology tools, which, when provided, will help close the information gap. Any business can sign up for a dedicated directory listing, or they can create their own e-commerce store through our platform, very much like Etsy or Amazon. Now, we also launched a mobile app for our customers' convenience so that they can discover brands while they're on the go in any city that they're in. And finally, in order to create an incentive, we created the Katika Rewards program, where we give points to people that are shopping in the marketplace. They may leave reviews or simply check in. Then they can spend those points back into the Katika platform. I think that we're in a unique period where there's a convergence of e-commerce usage, which has exponentially increased, and a collective American consciousness that's waking up to the realization of historical systemic oppression of Black people, not just in America, but throughout the world. And many are making genuine efforts to educate themselves and having dialogue about how to create equitable justice. And, our data is showing that many non-Black patrons are coming onto our platform for the first time and finding that we have products and services that fulfill their needs. So being in the city of brotherly love provides us with a unique opportunity to launch a startup of this nature, because the city of Philadelphia is a minority majority city, and it's very diverse in its cultural makeup. We also have challenges for supporting Black-owned businesses despite having a large demographic. So we will be able to test different initiatives through our platform. One recent initiative that we put together was our recent Curbside Restaurant Week, where we partnered with the city's Department of Commerce, the African American Chamber of Commerce, as well as the National Urban League to create a 2-week event centered around supporting Black-owned restaurants, which came directly from the Katika directory. The event was a huge success, as many of the participants noted a sharp increase in their traffic and sales, and during the weeks that the Curbside Restaurant promotion ran. And we have more projects in the pipeline for the latter half of the year, which will once again be centered around supporting and promoting Black-owned businesses. And we hope that you will join Katika in creating the future of commerce, community, and culture. Thank you.
Awesome. That was great, Jason. So before we dive into our feedback and Q&A, I'd like to introduce our 2 experts for this session. So first we have James Laval. He's Vice President, Marketing and Sales Development, working on Effect TV, which is the ad sales division of Comcast Cable. Next is Laura Plunkett, who's Director of Startup Partnerships for Comcast NBCUniversal's Startup Engagement Team. And Laura's job is to activate partnerships between world-class startups and the Comcast family of companies. So welcome both.
So I'll jump in with a question right off the bat to Jason. Is that okay? Great. So Jason, in regards to Katika, I love the idea, love the concept. Wondering, there are, I feel like, a number of apps out there currently that are in the same space. So how does Katika set itself apart from that, and how and why should somebody want to sign up with Katika versus some of those other apps that are curating Black SMBs?
Sure. So Katika is a little unique in a few ways. For one, many of our competitors are pretty much a one solution product. So they're probably just a directory or just a marketplace. We're unique in that we're both. And that if you're, out on the street or just looking for a business, whether it's a restaurant, local service, professional service, you would click on our directory. However, if you're looking to purchase a product from a business, whether it could be a man, so coffee, a number of products, you would go to our marketplace. And so in doing that kind of sets us apart. Not only are we but we're also based in South Africa. And so we have a global footprint that also sets us apart from our competitors.
Great.
That's great. Thank you so much. Yeah, I noticed that you guys have been around for a few years. And I think in your pitch video, you did a great job of highlighting that this is really a unique moment. So in terms of market fit, I feel like you couldn't be in a better place. Can you tell us a little bit about seizing this moment? This summer has obviously activated a large demand for your—
I'm having trouble hearing Laura. I could see her talk, but—
Oh. How about now? Jason, do you want to give another one?
Yeah, I can throw out another one if you can hear me, Jason.
Thanks, James.
No worries.
Yeah, I can still hear you, James. I'm sorry.
Okay. Sorry about that, Laura. I was hearing you, so you could let me know the question.
Sorry about that.
I noticed that there's, I love the, the community culture and building that on your app and online. And I was wondering if you could talk about, I always feel that people start a small business because they have a great idea, similar to yourself. But sometimes they don't have that knowledge base of how to advertise, get their message out there, et cetera. What are you guys doing? And I noticed you have a, receive support area of Katika's site. What exactly does that support look like in regards to helping to educate, those, small businesses that have signed up for the program?
Absolutely. So as businesses come to us, they come in at a variety of stages. Some just come with an idea. Some come with a product kind of halfway made, or Some are, within their business and running it, very, very smoothly. And so having that wide scope of folks, we try to, essentially have at this point, we can kind of do like a bedside type service where we can sit with folks, kind of consult with them and build them to the point where they are ready to come onto the platform, and that they're already at that stage, then we bring them on. But in terms of doing it from a broader view, we do create content on our social media that is centered around, kind of the basics of starting a business. So maybe how do you get an LLC, or what are resources to maybe get packaging and things of that nature. So that's something that we want to build upon, because we think that that's going to lead to kind of, creating that community that will then kind of support the platform. So yeah, those are kind of some of the things that we're thinking about and kind of doing now.
That's great. Laura,
Okay. Jason, can you hear me okay?
Can you hear Laura at all, Jason?
I'm sorry, I still can't hear.
Laura, do you want to tell me the question? I can.
Sure. James, could you ask Jason about the experiences part of the platform and essentially how COVID might have impacted that?
Got it. Jason. Got it. Okay. So Laura's question was in regards to the experiences that you have on your website currently. Have you seen a shift in recent time with COVID, coming on board with the increase or decrease in engagement? Did we lose Jason?
James, you were doing a great job relaying. It's like a game of telephone.
I try.
That's great. No, that's great.
No worries.
We were really excited checking out the website for Katika.
Yep, I can hear Laura now too.
Oh, yay!
Awesome.
Jason,
all right, and I can hear Laura. Okay, so I'll gladly answer that question. COVID, yes. So we definitely have seen an increase in traffic on our website. Folks have, because of COVID, everyone's kind of indoors. So people are really, they're looking for, how do I start a website? And luckily, our out-of-the-box solution is people can sign up in our marketplace if they have a product to sell, and they essentially have a ready-made website. And so, it's also accessible on our mobile app too. So that was that's definitely increased, as well as folks just kind of I think becoming a little bit more conscious about where they're spending their dollars, and using our directory to find local Black businesses as well too. So yeah, COVID has definitely helped us increase our audience and traffic.
Got it. Laura, do you want to ask another question? Because I know I got two. So
yeah, I would love to. So Jason, you guys recently relaunched your app. Do you want to talk about that?
Yes, sure. So we recently relaunched our app, and so with this new iteration, we kind of well, one thing we did was we wanted to add even more cities in terms of restaurants that you would find when you travel the world, right? So as I mentioned earlier, I'm based in Philadelphia, but my co-founder, she's based in Johannesburg, South Africa. And so with this new iteration of the app, the new build that we put out, that added the UK, that added restaurants in Accra, Ghana, as well as Nairobi, Kenya, as well too. So yeah, we're really excited about it, and of course, all 50 states. If you search for a business or a restaurant here, we now let that you will find restaurants and businesses and things of it in all categories. But yeah, we're really excited about the mobile app. That was something that was kind of plaguing us because Apple just wanted to get into the signing game, and so our old app didn't have that requirement. So we kind of had to go to our team and get that done. And so we're really happy we finally got that done and launched back into the store.
Jason, what's your partnership strategy as you look forward to the future in regards to, you mentioned that you work with Black Chamber of Commerce in Philly. What else are you guys looking to build brand awareness for your brand and ultimately your customers as well about the app and about your opportunity?
Absolutely. So we look to do smart partnerships, whether that's with private or public. So for instance, we partner with the local Philadelphia Chamber of Commerce for our restaurant week, in addition to nonprofit entities like the Urban League. And so folks that have a national footprint, but have local chapters, if you will, and that speak to the type of work that we do. But also, we would love to work with different corporations that have a focus on diversity and inclusion and things of that nature as well too. So, sorry about that. Some of the partnerships that we currently have are with, like as you mentioned, the local Chamber of Commerce here, and we're looking actually to do one with, funny enough, Rec Philly, who is a great resource for creatives, and so we're looking at being a possible outlet for some of those creatives to then sell some of their products. And so finding little partnerships of that nature is things that we'll look for.
Got it. Laura, do you have anything?
Oh, all right. That is it for the startup spotlights. Jason, thank you so much for that pitch. We appreciate you. We're also really excited to have you in the community here at REC and to continue working together alongside each other to make a big impact. Tune in for our next startup spotlights. Thanks to our partners at Comcast, Universal, Lyft Labs in September when we have our next broadcast. But we're going to keep moving things along and get to my favorite part of today's sessions, which is the live music. We have our second act of the day in partnership with WXPN. For folks that are just tuning in or tuning in at home, make sure you are at amplifyphilly.com on our YouTube feed, and make sure you're dropping some comments. Don't be scared to drop a couple of those fire emojis when Jada hits our stage. We love to see the love. Drop any questions you have for the artists, or even for any questions you have for coming up throughout the rest of the sessions. Make sure you're on social media, just taking a screenshot of the screen. Let people know that you're watching, you're enjoying, at Amplify Philly, hashtag Amplify Philly. But we're going to keep things moving along here at Rec Philly, and we are going to kick it off to my left for our next live performance from the extraordinarily talented Jada Lee. Let's give it up in the chat room with a little bit of snaps and a little bit of emoji drops for our next performer. Jada Lee, take it away.
Thanks, Steve. All right, let's get to it. You did me dirty. I can't lie, you really hurt me. I pray karma comes to my defense. I hope she curses your relationships, 'cause you can't get away with what you did. My heart ain't something to play with. It's gonna come back around, back around. And guess who's laughing now? Oh yes I do. Oh yes I do, boy. Hey, I hope that you find someone you fall in love with. I hope that you find someone you fall in love with. I hope they turn around. You did me dirty, baby. I hope she breaks your heart into, yeah. I hope she breaks your heart. You really shady, huh? I gave you chances, probably 80, but you just took it and ran with it. You never cared, you had no plans to come in, 'cause you'd rather lie than tell the truth. You said whatever you had to. It's gonna come back around, back around. And guess who's laughing now? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh baby, I hope she breaks your heart. I hope that you find someone you fall in love with. I hope that you find someone you fall in love with. I hope they turn around and do the same thing. The same thing that you did to me. I know I sound real hateful right now, and I don't really care. Listen, I hope she breaks your heart into little pieces. I hope she does the exact same thing you did to me. And guess who's gonna be laughing? It's gonna be me, I promise. Yeah. I hope you do, I hope you do, I hope you do. The same thing, the same thing. Oh, yeah. I hope that you find someone you fall in love with. I hope they turn around and do the same thing. The same thing that you did to me. You gon' wish you never did it. You gon' wish you never did it. Karma's coming, karma's coming, karma's coming. The next 3 songs are off of my most recent release, Gemini. And yeah, let's go to it. Focus on my moolah. You don't know what you want, and I ain't the type to cry, 'cause you ain't hit me in a while. I moved on in silence, no need to announce it. You were VIP, now you can watch me from the nosebleeds. Me, please take your ass somewhere else. I ain't tryna hear that shit now. I'm on to bigger bands now. I'm on to better. Now. I hope it hurts. It's what you deserve. I hope you learn. You play with Jada, you get burned, yeah. Bet you wanna run it back to when you were my man. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Tell me how'd that feel. Tell me how that feel. Oh boy, boy, how that. Tell me how that feel. Tell me how that feel. Oh, you so proud of me now. Ain't want me then about now. Now that I'm shining, you can't ignore me. What happened to you? I'm not ready. You can come back like a boomerang, but the truth hit like an avalanche. It's catastrophic, emotionally endless. Boy, how that tastes. Walking around thinking that you had leveled up. You thought when you disappear I'd be fucked up. You picked a side, so just stay there. I blocked your number, let's be clear. I don't want nothing to do with you. You had your chance, so it's all alone. I hope it hurts. It's what you deserve. I hope you learn. You play with Jada, you get burned, yeah. But you wanna run it back to when you were. This one's one of my favorite songs. It's about someone coming back into your life after, you guys separated. So let's get to it. Why, dripping from my eyes. Maybe next time you'll be mine, you'll be mine. Sometimes the timing is off, the love can't evolve, the universe conspires against us, and sometimes the distance grows and conversation slow. Time is against us when you open up your eyes in another life. Come find me, yeah. When I open up my eyes in another life, I'll be waiting. We've got a special connection. Boy, it's you and I in this life. And the next, cause we got soul ties. It ain't work out last time, but maybe it will this time. Yeah. It ain't work out last time, but maybe it will this time. Yeah. We can try. We can try. Thank you. Tell me who you're with, but tell me she ain't it. Tell me you be thinking about me when you with her, like praying for them summer nights in the dead of winter, baby. I believe we can make this right. Cause I know, yeah, I know you can't deny what you are feeling for me. How you gonna give up on your dream, girl? If you need it, then I want it back, back. Oh, if you need it, then I want it back, back. I miss you back. I need you back. You want me back. Ooh, the city ain't the same since you've been away, boy. Oh, I can't seem to find a way around this pain. Oh, yeah. And I can bear to think about you with somebody else, loving her how you used to love on me, boy. Can't you see that she not the one for you? She don't even care for you. Would she be there if you were to lose everything? I miss you bad. I need you bad. You want me back, need me back. If you need it, then I want it back, back. Oh, if you need it, then I want it back, back. I miss you. I wish I could go back. I miss you. I wish I could go back, back to the day we met, back to our first kiss. I promise I will never let you go. I will love you more. I miss you. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Alrighty. Y'all, I need even the people in this room right now. Let's make some noise for our girl Jada. All right, yeah. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. We love some live music. It's been so long since hearing some live music. I know we can't get out to those venues, so we appreciate the artists that come here and rock the stage. We want to thank Jada and the band Al for the earlier performance, a little impromptu. We do have our third and final performance coming up later today. We do want to thank, as always, our partners at WXPN for always supporting the local musicians and the local music community here and supporting Amplify Philly and the efforts that we have going on here. We do have our next panel coming up. From what I understand, though, we are going to dish it out to a quick commercial highlighting some of the cool stuff happening over here at Rec while we queue up our next commercial. We'll be right back in about 45 seconds. right, just a little Rec Philly promo so y'all can see what's going over here in our 10,000 square foot creative facility. But like I said, next up, we are getting into our Proptech and real estate panel. It's called Proptech, Convergence, and Reshaping Real Estate, which is being presented by Chariot Solutions and Wilco Electronic Systems. Thank you, Tracy and Bridget, for your support. There is no doubt the convergence of technology is driving the real estate marketplace to create new solutions for the residential and commercial sectors as well as cities. The evolution of PropTech is rapidly becoming a part of our broader digital democratization, which is driving both technological, experiential, and cultural engagement of the real estate industry. Let's hear more from our panelists. Bridget Daniel of Wilco will be moderating. So let's pass it on to Bridget. Bridget, what's going on? Great to have you. Let's take you away.
Hi, everybody. All right. Amplify Philly, back on the scene. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bridget, totally in an acceleration point called PropTech. We are on the ground, we're in the clouds, and that's really what PropTech is. And we're really lucky to have a really illustrious group of panelists to really understand and unpack why we are so at the historic moment of time, literally, and why PropTech is seriously right in the middle of it all. Seriously in the middle of the spaces, the places where we live, work, and play, the management, the operation, the automation, and the acceleration of what real estate and space is now becoming, where it's going, and how where we are is literally going to really transform into the next decade of growth, particularly during these very unprecedented times. So I'd like to start off and really have the panelists introduce themselves. I think this is going to be one of the most probably seminal, panels we're going to hear from today. But definitely, I'd love them to just kind of tell a little bit about themselves, and then also quickly define what PropTech is to you, because that will kind of help level set for our audience why this is such an interesting and so important conversation to have, particularly now. Particularly because we were supposed to have this panel about 6 months ago, and now we're all at home. And a lot of this will kind of be unpacked in this conversation. So Don, how about we start from you? Don Coleman from Chariot Solutions.
Hi, everyone. My name is Don Coleman. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer of Chariot Solutions, and we are a company that builds software and systems for people. So we've been doing IoT and home automation for over 10 years. And I really look at PropTech as a good marketing term on IoT. It's basically a creative application of IoT to this vertical to solve a lot of really interesting problems.
Great. Thanks, Don. Adelaide Braddock, one of my love and true team members of Philadelphia. Definitely would love to hear from you what you think PropTech is, and would love to hear a little bit more about Stratus, particularly being probably one of the most comprehensive and really groundbreaking PropTech platforms in the country right now.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I am Adelaide Braddock. I'm thrilled to be here. It's awesome to see Bridget's lovely face. Haven't seen her in a minute, so this is good times for me. A little bit of a family reunion. So I'm Vice President of Strategic Alliances over at Stratus, and we're intelligent building software. Basically take all of the PropTech solutions and we compile them into a singular platform, and we create a very efficient and easy operationalization for all of these fancy devices and integrations that people are excited about. We make it really easy for properties to be able to use them as best we can. And where I see it for the relevance of PropTech is we're moving into a period in human existence right now where we need to be focused on sustainability more than anything else. And I think this is a really a sharp and focused opportunity for us to look at where we are and where we're going, and using technologies like this to make that a reality.
Thank you, Adelaide. Absolutely. And definitely, we were really excited to have Jeff Koch. And I'll say that because Jeff really is kind of the person who represents on this panel. Like, they're the real estate. Like, they are the actual entity that has taken a progressive leap, particularly from where Jeff is representing, and said, we are basically going to back understand, adopt, and allow this to become part of our culture at Mill Creek. And that's a great move because they're already ahead of the curve, particularly now. And I'm pretty sure he'll talk about just what the growth spurt has been and where Mill Creek has gone with their Proptech platform. But definitely welcome, Jeff, to Philadelphia, because I know you're coming from down south in Texas. And would love to just have you introduce yourself. And again, particularly come from your vantage point, would love to hear what Proptech means to you.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jeff Koch, I'm the Chief Innovation Officer and Chief Information Officer for Mill Creek Residential. So Mill Creek is a multifamily apartment developer and property manager and construction general contractor. So we basically go find the land, build the buildings, and then lease it up with all the residents across the country. We have over 20,000 units across the US in every major city, including Philly. And we have about another 15,000 units in the pipeline. So I get that view of the whole nation within my role. And so as innovation officer and information officer, I run IT, cybersecurity, our community technology platforms. So every piece of technology that goes into communities, from access control to IoT devices to resident experience applications, the whole kit and caboodle. And then I also get to run our ESG practice, which is our environmental, social, and governance group, which really ties into what Alade said earlier, which is the tie-in of IoT into sustainability and what we're really doing and what we're doing in resident wellness. And then I also run an innovation think tank for our company, which is really thinking about what's happening here in real estate today, 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road, and how do we need to prepare ourselves to pivot to make it a competitive advantage. I think for us, Proptech is one of those basic elements that it's come out, and as Don said earlier, it's a nice marketing word for what IoT is. But there's so much to it, and there's so many integrations and how it works and communicates and the type of data that comes from it, that we see so many advantages to create not only an incredible platform for the resident and the experience that they're able to have, we're able to create them a sustainable lifestyle within that, and then tie that back into a financially viable asset for us as an owner operator. And being able to provide a return. And so when you have all those things, it becomes a really good win-win situation. So we're really excited what Proptech can offer and the ways to make it feasible.
So I think, one thing that you all really kind of focused on around Proptech is that it's somewhat of a marketing term, right? That's kind of where I think the root of it came. But honestly, right now, it's really about data, right? And sustainability. And I think that's where the value of the Proptech market will go. And who knows if it will even remain that name. I think people like, just the use of it, just to the point of, oh, it's something catchy. People understand fintech, they get Proptech, construction tech, so it kind of fits into that milieu of what venture cap and what people like to clue in. But really it's about data and about sustainability. And when I said that we were supposed to have this panel at South by in Austin 6 months ago, and now because of just pandemics that we're in, we are literally doing this virtually, and for the foreseeable future, the reality is the Proptech, quote unquote, Proptech space has completely pivoted, has completely become from market luxury amenity to now an actual necessity to how we are going to live, work, and play for at least the next month. I mean, the next year. Let's just say the next 12 months, right?
Yeah.
So given that we're in multiple pandemics, when I say multiple pandemics, at least for me, I'm thinking of we're in a health pandemic, we're in an economy pandemic, meaning like we are definitely still seeing a lot of unemployment and there's definitely uncertainty in the market. And we're absolutely also experiencing a lot of unrest of racial justice, racial injustice, just inequities that are now becoming very clear, whether it's through health, the economy, or again, just the general nature of where we are in time. So how do we fit Proptech now in that space? What's the value? What are the trends? Would love to kind of start really just diving into that, because this is our time. We're all at home or an office where we are socially distant. And a lot of the value of what Proptech is going to be to create the types of safety that we're now going to have to really live by. So where do you all see the trends And where do you all just see in your respective vantage points how Proptech is really accelerated, or if it hasn't?
I'll go first.
I was going to say, I think this is a Jeff question.
Yeah. So I'll jump in there. There's so many different things that have happened just in the last 6-7 months with COVID that have really impacted the way people live and operate. Right. The fact that we're doing this today virtually is a testament to that. Right. And think about the hundreds and thousands of people that live in our apartments across the country, that this is their life now. They're confined in a smaller space. You know, they can get outside, but their life has changed. And so they're now concerned with their own physical safety, the air they breathe. Right. And so let's get into air quality and talk about, what's being done in the air quality space. So Proptech has really accelerated there in air quality. We can unpack these as we go, but air quality is a new trend that's really come out. Self-touring for us in real estate has become a massive trend because of the fact that our leasing agents are our associates. They help run the on-site communities, but we don't want to expose them to unsafe environments too. And the people that are coming as prospects to come possibly rent our spaces, we want to make sure they're safe. So now you've moved to self-touring where people have the option to come and walk through our communities on their own after they've gone through a background check. And so Proptech has enabled that for us. Stratus is one of our biggest partners, and they've enabled the access control elements for that for us. And so we can unpack that. Other trends we're seeing is resident wellness as a whole, right? Is how do we engage the community in a social aspect, since they're not necessarily getting all that social elsewhere. So it can be as simple as a yoga instructor sitting in the middle of the building outside, and everyone on their balconies doing yoga with the yoga instructor, right?
Where's that building? I want to live there.
Yeah, technology has nothing to do with that, right? But it's cool to see how communities are diving in and finding how to do that socially. And so what we do is there's more social engagement capabilities within the community, social platforms we post things on and update on, and that kind of ties into the Proptech space a little bit to keep residents aware of the new opportunities they have. So, I mean, those are just
like notifications. So like
notifications. Hey, there's going to be a yoga instructor coming. You know, y'all can get out on your balcony with your own yoga mat and follow along, those type of things, right? So platforms to leverage that. Text message platforms, all those type of things.
Adelaide, I mean, definitely love that, Mill Creek was kind of, again, avant-garde, quote unquote, and even having a large partnership with the Proptech panel, but not even just Proptech, just a general technology platform, right? Stratus is probably one of the oldest, and again, one of the most comprehensive platforms that really ties so many new technologies together, of course, off the foundation of IoT. What have you guys been seeing? Like, how have you been operating? Has the acceleration been positive for the growth? Have you seen more uptick just in the market, like asking and wanting and requesting this new technology that, particularly for real estate, they're not the easiest and they're not the quickest to turn the corners, right? They definitely have their moments where they kind of want to just make sure the status quo is there. So that's why I applaud so much about Mill Creek and Jeff, but how are you guys seeing that outside of the other partners and the other markets that you're looking at?
Yeah, well, I think it's easy to say that Mill Creek has definitely pushed the market forward. I think, companies and innovators like Mill Creek and like Jeff specifically are the ones who are really pushing these trends forward. And I think that the COVID pandemic being what it is, and us never, as a society existing today, having experienced something like this, we're all looking at this together and saying, okay, to your point, Bridget, what are we missing? And nothing makes you realize what you're missing from your home than spending 6 months there. Exactly. Like this is my place. It's all I do, all day, every day. And I think to that end, we're seeing a lot of decision makers inside of properties coming to us and saying, well, what if we did this? What does it look like if we integrate, this type of solution? We're thinking of things, of course, to Jeff's point about resident well-being is a big one, obviously, and then the air quality being a huge factor right now, but other things along the lines of, if somebody comes into my apartment building, can I tell their temperature when they walk up to the front door? You know, are we on the fringes of, because you're always having to balance that, right? Are we on the fringes of something that's going to betray the trust of the people who live in this space? Or are we on the fringes of privacy issues? Or are we really helping the situation? So COVID is definitely pushing us towards that, you know, those types of questions faster than I think we had intended to. But that's good.
Which has its good, you know, which has its good and bad, right? The acceleration definitely probably was needed, but definitely faster than we probably all expected.
Would have preferred a totally different, maybe less lethal methodology, absolutely. But the fact remains that this is where we're at, and being able to make decisions around this and pivot very quickly is something that companies like Stratus are very good at doing. Because we're small, we're agile, we can leap and bound where we need to, you know, fill. And the cool thing is, you know, being able to design that need with input that comes from people like Jeff and others who come to us and say, okay, if we're doing this, this is what it needs to look like in our space. Because we're one of the few technology spaces, I preach this a lot, particularly to the users of our product, that, you know, we're one of the few technologies where you have to develop for the edge cases all the time. You know, if a dragon flies into a building, you've got to create a use case and solution around that, you know, whether or not it happens to another building, you know, it's just it's a big thing for that moment in time. So I do really appreciate the fact that we have that level of input and that we are accelerating this sort of development. But at the same time, I think that there's a lot of questions that we're going to be asking ourselves that we're going to have to maybe pump the brakes on a little bit for some of this. Whether or not that's occurring as a result of the pandemic, specifically this ramp up that we're seeing, or if this is just a normal trajectory, I think we'll have that data in the next couple of months, to be perfectly honest. It's going to be a larger market input that's going to assess that, because right now we're going through turns, so there's a lot of people moving in and out of spaces as would normally occur, even with the school year and everything. So we're still seeing this happening, but.
I think there's still a lot of apprehension there, right?
Yeah.
I think a lot of it is the unknowns, Bridget, of
Absolutely.
we don't know what's going to come, and so is this a financially wise choice for us? Is this what the residents really want? You know, what pays back long term? Because these solutions aren't cheap to put in, and so can you make financial sense of them, and are they providing the benefit that actually makes people feel safe? And so I think you have both of those.
And I think looking at them as an investment, you know, you have to, right? Because I think the ROI may not be immediate, but the data is always going to be imperative. So this is even a great segue for Dawn, because the data, again, is kind of what's going to drive the strategy. It's going to drive the culture. It's going to also drive the information for the innovators, the property managers, and even the tenants. And that's where I think the value of Proptech, IoT, access control, particularly the cloud-based platforms, are really getting a lot of accolade, as they should, because it's all about driving the strategy about just how to manage your life, your home, your building, your business, your office, your property. But that's all about the data. So, you know, definitely love to hear, you know, Dawn, just your perspective on that and how it's been on Chariot, and particularly because, you know, you guys are definitely you know, historic, you know, long time, you know, software development company out of the Philadelphia region. Data is kind of how you live life, you know, live, eat and breathe. Would love to just hear that part of your business, particularly around this space, and how that's helping your clients and your, you know, your company, you know, drive and pivot, particularly during the 3 pandemics that we're in.
Yeah, the pandemic definitely has had some of an effect and some challenges for particularly some of our clients. One of the interesting clients we're working with around Proptech right now has a solution where they're working for water savings in large buildings for both sustainability and cost savings. And initially we were targeting hospitality, and then this pandemic came in and hotels are just having a lot of problems. So we're still piloting in hotels, but there's other challenges. So we're really refocusing a lot of that on multi-tenant buildings, because that was our second market we were getting in. And so we're pushing that you're going to save water, and some people care about sustainability, and other people, they couldn't really care about sustainability. But if we look, say, you look at the bills and you look at all this data that, hey, you're going to save X amount of money per month, that makes it a lot better of a solution.
Absolutely.
And so this is one particular project, but a lot of the projects have that. We have sensors that are collecting data, and then we're aggregating that data. Our preferred platform is usually Amazon Web Services. We use their core IoT to ingest the data. We run a bunch of rules on it. We store it in databases. And then after we've done stuff with it, we can present it to both the clients, or there's a lot of different users. There's the people that sell the system. There's the people that buy the system. A lot of times, even the end user, like the resident, has a view into that data. So there's lots of data to go around, and really figuring out who gets that data, what value is that providing, is important.
I think that's huge. What Don just mentioned is it's getting that data in the resident's hand. So we're doing some pilots across a bunch of different communities on water flow metering, right? And helping educate residents on the fact that they can lower their water utilization. That's not only a sustainable project, but that's a cost savings directly to that resident, right? And some of these energy savings projects we do with smart thermostats, that's a direct savings to that resident. And so I think a lot of owner operators, they might not always see the financial benefit up front to their bottom line, but there is a financial benefit also to the resident. And so as we talk about this resident wellness program and the direction forward, I think we have to take a step back further and look at how do we make housing more affordable too? It just can't keep going up forever. So are there solutions out there that can provide good savings directly to people's pocketbooks? And I think there are. The average saving for a smart thermostat in a cooling mode is 8% and 10% in heating mode. And that's from third-party organizations writing those stats. We can see savings up to $35 a month in vacant units or more, depending on threshold. So there's some massive opportunities out there to drive real savings to people's pocketbooks.
So just a quick question. In Mill Creek, does the resident pay for the water, or is that something paid
they do
for?
Yeah, so they pay for their own utilization and their own heating in it. So there are different.
They pay for all utilities.
Yes, so they pay for their own utility use.
Okay, and that makes it so. That's an interesting, differentiator, because various portfolios do different things. Sometimes the resident doesn't pay for it. Sometimes the building owner pays for it. Either way, someone's cost saving, right?
Yeah.
So if Jeff says, I'm going to make the investment for Mrs. Johnson in 202, so I know that she's going to be able to have a cost savings, that directly is going to relate to her satisfaction to be much more of a long-term tenant, to make it sticky, to really then use all the different services that are going to then be on top of that platform. That's a different mindset than someone saying, I'm not ready, it's too expensive, and we're just not going to again, I hate using this word because it's important, because this has kind of been a hindrance for Proptech, but it's an investment. It's an investment in your people, and it's an investment in your property. And again, one thing I have been seeing in the last 6 months is that I think, again, this was something that was such an amenity, right? It was so much more of a luxury if you had to be Class A kind of property to afford it. And I think right now we're just seeing, and I think you're only going to see an uptick in just usage and purchase, and then also adoption, is that this is going to really be more of a driving factor in people wanting to live certain places, and particularly the resale and the value of even the classes of properties. Some people get they buy Class B and you put Proptech in, and it raises the value. So I'm curious just how that might just kind of keep swaying the market a little bit. I think energy is going to absolutely be another driving force. We've seen that just even on the integrator side, just in terms of the use more of smart thermostats. I know, Adelaide, that you guys are definitely working on some energy, at least new technology solutions at Stratus. You guys had a great accelerator you were part of that I think came out with Stratus Sustain. Would love to just hear a little bit more about that, and how that might be tying into stuff that you're doing at Mill Creek, and even Don, with the water sensors that you're working with, the energy. So if COVID is an accelerant, energy will also be an accelerant for Proptech. So very curious to also understand how you all are preparing or gearing or prepping to also meet the moment of that and continue forward.
Yeah, I mean the accelerator that you're referring to is the national the NREL Energy Labs. The idea that we're getting involved in this is because at the national level we don't want to just focus region by region around the utility process, because that can be very cumbersome and very time consuming in a way that we realize we don't necessarily have the time for right now. So looking at it from the national perspective and trying to develop programs in conjunction with these types of accelerators is enabling us to go in and say, okay, this is where we can really start taking advantage, particularly for developers like MCRT who has a national footprint, and say, okay, this is what you look like comparatively across the country against other developers, but also taking that down to, we're talking about user by user, how the user is seeing their energy usage, which is hugely important. But for the buildings to be able to see how their energy usage is stacking up against one another. This is something that I know Jeff and others have talked about being one of those facets of, okay, if we have a building in, Philadelphia, we have another building in Building B in Philadelphia, how is their energy and water usage matching up against one another? And what can we be doing to make further improvements in these spaces, maybe around Proptech, maybe around specific building materials within a certain space, other technologies that can facilitate that development faster and get us a return on investment a little more quickly, not just through rent lift, because we're talking about, that economic pandemic that you were referring to, making sure that we're enabling residents to feel financially secure in their space is just as important as making them feel comfortable and well and physically secure in their space.
Yeah.
So having that sense of we can increase our efficiencies operationally speaking, or we can increase our efficiencies across water or energy or what have you. Those are massive drivers in this space. Particularly, Don alluded to hospitality is a huge one as well. So much efficiency is lost in verticals like hospitality because that turnover happens so rapidly there that being able to have that visibility, understanding what a space, an unoccupied space looks like, resetting the thermostat, turning the lights off, all of these different things, it requires a heavier lift than it would in multifamily. So in those spaces, being able to press a button and turn off all the lights in all the unoccupied spaces, or set the thermostat to a specific temperature, something like that. I mean, those are technological advancements that I think a number of verticals can really be gaining benefits from immediately.
And Don, I mean, again, even just with the projects that you were working on with Coakley around the water savings, has your client been very, I guess, satisfied with some of the results that they're seeing, some of the data that they now can literally now curate and help drive some more growth for their organization?
Yeah, so we're still in early phases with that. We're running some prototypes. So we have devices out there collecting data, and we're really looking at how do we take the data and find, percentage of leaking things that people didn't know about, especially in unoccupied rooms. Things will run for a long time and waste thousands of gallons of water. And that may not matter as much in Philadelphia. Water's pretty cheap here, but there's many areas of the country where water's a lot more expensive. So besides the bad environmental impact, it really hits the operators, with the bill once that water bill comes in. So we're looking to take that data and to figure out, hey, you're statistically with this many rooms going to be losing this much, so we can bring the system in and save it. And then depending on what area of the country you're in, that payback is going to be really, really fast.
Something that I think, is going to also be interesting just around where we are in the space is, I think there's definitely challenges, right? We're going to still have to, jump. And Jeff, you're Chief Innovation Officer, right? So this is your job to look at technology and how it improves.
Yeah.
But why we started out saying what was once a legacy-oriented industry, highly reliant on one-to-one relationships, solid product, portfolio management. the real estate sector is now fast being disrupted. There's a reason why you say that, because this is not, something that people usually like to, or property owners, developers sometimes really want to talk about, like investing within the property, particularly with technology, which when people hear technology, they think dollar signs versus value. But what made you, or how did, I should say, your, the people that own Mill Creek, the owners, the people that are the CFO, did you have to convince them? Was it something that they really knew they should do, or did you have any obstacles in even having, the conversation with Stratus, bringing them in to the meetings and saying, yes, guys, we need to do this? Like, how did that process look? Because that would really help the innovators, would help the integrators, it would help the Chariot solutions, the Wilcos understand like how we should approach you as a market, you as a customer, and you as someone that could be benefited by technology going into your multifamily residential unit.
Yeah, I think the simple understanding is the greater real estate market is a financial market, right? And so being able to convert everything into dollars really helps people understand the value, whether it's a short-term investment or a long-term investment. Some things that may not pay off until you sell the asset, if you ever sell it, or may pay off 10, 15 years down the road. So sometimes we have to look at things in a much different lens and perspective. And at Mill Creek, they brought me in because they knew they were weak on technology and they wanted to create a competitive advantage with it. They just didn't know how. And so I came from outside of real estate. My background is in global chemical manufacturing. I was there.
I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, very,
That's
very different.
That's a story.
Yeah, I was their chief information security officer. I literally fought nation states every day. And so I have plenty of stories over drinks to talk about fun cybersecurity events. But the point is, they brought me in because they knew there was a gap. They just didn't know what the gap was fully and how to overcome it, right? And so I think innovation officers, and Don can speak to this, the biggest thing about innovation officers is that we have to be able to tell a story, but match that story up into how the tech works simply, and then how it works financially. And when you can do that, I think it can help sell the idea a lot further. Now, in Stratus's case, they provide us a lot of information and we partner a lot in different things. You were talking earlier about data being king for us. When I run my ESG portfolio, I'm looking at every asset in comparison to the other asset as it energy performance. And so that's water, that's gas, that's electric, all those things, and understanding what that performance is. And so that all tells a story. And my goal is to see a downward trend, but I may see an upward trend on a particular asset, and then it's a red flag as to what happened there, what can we go do? But I think the biggest challenge our space fits today is two things. One, statistics show we still need to build about 300,000 new apartments every year for the next 20 years. Okay.
Wow.
So there's a massive housing need in multifamily. Second, that is very important to understand is what do we do for all the existing communities and properties out there, right? So a lot of the solutions are very easy to adapt and put into new build. But when you start talking retrofit and going back to an existing asset, infrastructure for all of these things is number one. You asked the question earlier to Adeline about how do you manage this, and it's infrastructure. You have to build the right type of platform. And whether you have a partner that can be flexible and come up with different solutions like LoRaWAN solutions or Z-Wave solutions or Zigbee or any of these other type of communication channels that can go further distances and create mesh networks or whatever it may be, there's some things there that are really important to then adapt into retrofit. We're doing a pilot and we just finished it. We're the first to do a BACnet integration where we connect a BMS building management system, and then through that BMS, we're able to control every smart controller. So instead of us having to blanket the community with a network, we're able to take it over through the BMS system. And so there's opportunity.
Does that run through
there.
the Stratus app, or does that just?
Yeah, through the Stratus app.
Nice,
so
Stratus.
There's opportunities there to do some really cool things in retrofit, but you have to be flexible and nimble and ready to to go in. And so what we saw was there's an advantage there. We had to pay to actually develop that. It's not free, but we saw that as investment, that once it's developed, we can then pivot and use it on other buildings that help us out. And so again, it's tying that story of benefit to financial, to resident wellness, and making it wholly complete as you go forward. And I could tell countless stories about water leak detection and all that.
Absolutely. And I think what is unique to Mill Creek, you guys also have the quantity of units to also, like literally like, kind of spread that cost out, so that, investing in particularly like a building management service, which I think would be the ideal for a lot of different developers, it's just cost prohibitive at some point.
Yeah. And
like
honestly,
you guys,
we don't do very many building management systems for that very reason. It just happened to be a high rise in California, so very different situation for that. Most of ours are not. In a multifamily, that's pretty rare to do.
It is pretty rare. That's why I was just like, usually that's for like more commercial side. So again, you guys have been able to even experiment and be honestly, blessed to even have the opportunity to even look at it and see how it can go into other like residential like life circumstances. Particularly for
my hope is our experimentation ties into the next company that Stratus does business with that can help them, right? So my goal is to push things forward where I can, that someone else maybe in a Class C community or affordability area or whatever it is can take a benefit from that.
And that's the ideal. Absolutely. That's the ideal.
Retrofitting, especially sensors that are going to be able to tell when something breaks, or to be able to, fix something before it's completely broken, are going to be more important in those older buildings where things are going to be not as reliable or potentially at the end of their life. So it's not only an advantage for the property owner or property maintainer, but also for those residents there too. Will help, if we get the right tech in, raise the standard and make the places more desirable to live.
Have you seen that, Don, that some of the sensors that you're looking at that would help even almost even, prevent, types of repairs? Like you said, they would able to be to detect if something was almost at the end versus it breaking and then having to then like pay for the solution. Is that what you're kind of seeing in where you are with the customer?
Yeah, I mean, and when it comes to leaks, there's that. But I mean, one of the great things about IoT today is that microcontrollers are inexpensive. We can put them everywhere, and we can start to instrument all sorts of things. And then along with that, networking is cheap. Networking used to be really expensive. 10 years ago when we did these, we were putting Zigbee radios everywhere. They were slow, expensive. And now we can go in and we can drop LoRaWAN. We can do battery-powered devices that run for a long time, collect all this data from things that would have been prohibitively expensive even 5 years ago.
So the cost is going down because the network and the technology is again advancing. And I think that's what we're probably also going to see within the market. Yep, true. I want to just take maybe two questions in the audience. Thank you, audience, for definitely tuning in. Again, this is Proptech Convergence. It's Reshaping Real Estate with Don Coleman, Adeline Braddock, and Jeff Cook, myself, Bridget Daniel. Here is one question that I will just kind of put out to everyone in the group. What is one feature or tool that you believe will disappear because of technology or new requirements because of COVID, as it relates to probably Proptech?
Mechanical locks.
The key.
Yes, I think the key is the way of the past. I think.
I believe that absolutely.
Mobile apps as credentials is a huge thing, but just the level of security and visibility, the efficiency of management from a security perspective, that's a huge one. And being able to know who's going in and out of a building. Yeah, I think that's my assessment.
The key is dead.
That's long live the key.
There's a lot of advantages to those electronic locks to be able to grant other people access and do things. There's a lot of challenges too with controlling that data. If that data is used nefariously, you've got to make sure that you have the tenant's permission before or consent before using that data, because that data exhaust, can give away a lot of information. So, but it's definitely good tech.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Jeff. Yeah.
I think when you really look down the road and you look, 10, 15 years, I think parking garages are going to be very different, and any technology tied to them. I think we'll see a shrinkage there, if not to nothing. So I think there's some opportunity there.
Oh yeah. I mean, from my perspective, I think healthcare is going to rapidly change. I think we're going to totally see telemedicine totally converge with Proptech through sensors in the home. I think that needed to change, honestly. And, you know, I've been on a lot of just various telemedicine calls during the pandemic just due to my tending the elders right now. And even right now, telemedicine is literally just FaceTime through your phone. It's just a video. But we are still at the infancy of even what that looks like. But when we really start to get like jazzy with Proptech in terms of like telemedicine and sensors, artificial intelligence, and all the things that's going to monitor when you get up, how you get up, where you're going, what your body's doing, where your energy level. I mean, that's the future. And that's going to be a convergence of this industry for sure, because it's all going to be driven from your home.
I'm actually curious to see the first multifamily space that has a designated medical facility as an amenity.
Ooh, privatized, for real privatized healthcare. How about that? How about that?
Maybe co-spaces.
There you go.
Right. Because even the office, which I don't necessarily think the office is dead. I read this really great article saying it's not dead, it's just convalescing. And really, it literally is. It's just kind of chilling right now, you know, but that's going to change as well too. And not change for the worse. I still love going to my office. Believe me, I am not going to stop going to my office. It's just what that office is going to do for me. What the value I'm going to get is going to change. The space will probably change in a different way. But yeah, another last question real quick, and then we'll kind of move to some other parts of the conversation, not including any new tools or features that have already been requested. What do you believe will be the new must-have or requirement moving forward? We already talked about this. Mobile credential, absolutely. I think telemedicine is totally going to be an upswing. But what is kind of the new thing? You know, I love occupancy sensors. I think I'm bullish on that, not because of COVID, just because the flow of people and where they are and what they're touching and how you can drive even cleaning around that is going to be interesting. Particularly on the commercial side. So I kind of like where occupancy might be going. But I don't know if anyone has anyone else they want to add to that.
I'd add to your occupancy comment, you know, that data is incredibly important. If you think about which doors in your facility are most used, where should you, as an owner operator, put up advertisement? Where should you place the locker system? If you put up an advertisement, can you do variable advertising where you get paid more because you have more traffic there? And so there's opportunities there, but then it's also what makes most sense to the resident. When you see the traffic flow, you start understanding, oh, I can put my package locker system or other things in that area, which would really be beneficial for that. So I think there's some great opportunity there for the future.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, go ahead, babe.
I was gonna agree with that, but I think on a broader scale, I think we're talking about anything that limits contact, just period, end of discussion. Anything that you can do that's gonna limit. Exactly.
Which is why mobile is going to be such a driving force. People are kind of 100%. Fighting that still, even when we integrate access control, even with Stratus, even with some of the other access control partners, people are still like, I'll still take that key fob. I don't want to just completely mobile. And I get it. But believe me, at some point, it's going to be the most safest, convenient thing you will ever use by being able to use your own personal phone to open everything. It's just, you're going to love it. It's like once you go Apple, sometimes you never go back. Once you go Mercedes, you never go back.
Used my phone to pay for anything until this happened. And now every time I go to the store and it's just like, whip out my phone. I don't have to, the whole thing, because I never have to stick my card in the thing.
You're absolutely right. Once you go that way, you will probably never look back. It's just been taking such a long time to get the market there, but we are at the tipping point of it turning. The mobile credential is for real.
I'm really bullish on 5G, and I really think what 5G is going to do to our space.
Bring up 5G. Here we go. I get it.
I've been designing all of our buildings for what is called a neutral host model, which is basically a model that allows us to host in building 5G type networks, whether that be CBRS or small cell, LTE. So there's so many different options there that 5G presents that I really do think there's going to be some great stuff. I do think it's years away though, because I think there's a lot of testing that needs to happen for in building to properly be safe and secure. Outside is different. So I think what you're going to see the next trend is rooftop access for 5G cells. But then from there, you're going to see the penetration to in building and what that looks like and what the advantages are for all businesses.
And I think just to even say something about that, in terms of the digital divide, which we're all seeing right now, rear its ugly head, particularly during the COVID pandemic. The more wireless access we have that's ubiquitous, accessible, and affordable, the better our lives for everyone will be. Internet is not, it's not you kind of got to have it. It is life. It is even beyond a civil right. It is a utility. It is the lifeblood. It is the life plan. It is it.
Yep. Jeff, I'm like you. I didn't come into this industry as an insider. I have an international relations background. So paying attention to countries like Finland who are like, internet is a human right. This is, we're making this basic. I'm 100% on board with that. I think
we have to start it, like seriously. And I know why and who and what makes it not there yet. This is even part of your 5G conversation, Jeff, like why 5G isn't here yet. It's everywhere else. Everywhere else. It's everywhere else. Anyway, the digital divide will be impacted. Internet and Proptech will absolutely all become even much more alive when we have the internet be needed to really drive the technology, which kind of brings us back to Philadelphia. Really, Rec Philly, Amplify Philly, all these kind of speakers and presenters and partners that we have, that we are Philadelphia homegrown businesses based here. Where are we on PropTech in Philadelphia? Are we bullish? Is Philadelphia ripe for PropTech convergence? I didn't know Mill Creek had properties here in Philadelphia, Jeff. I'll sideline that conversation with you later to see what's going on in those units. And seriously, but like, why? What do you think? Actually, I would love to start with you as an outsider who's coming, from the South, and not just the South, like not the deep South, not Black South, right? You're talking like you're in Texas, Austin, you're in that new innovation South. That's a different South, but it's still a part of the country that we don't, it's a different culture. But Philly is we're special in many different ways.
I grew up in DC. So I'm
familiar
with the area.
Urban. You know 95 corridor. All right, there it is.
I love the
Maybe
city
the
of brotherly
Redskins
love.
are not evil. EAGALS. You'll put that out
I've run
there.
the Rocky Steps. I've run the Rocky Steps. I've done it all. Liberty Bell.
It's basically a local, Bridget. Come on.
Yeah.
Right. All right, you're Philly. Got it. You got your cred.
No, I do think it's there. I mean, I've actually been out there and toured properties that Stratus has partnered with out there, and seen the full seamless access control experience, which I think is incredibly vital. There's three things that I think owner operators need to standardize on. I think the first is access control. I think the second is thermostats, smart thermostats. I think the third is leak detection. I think those need to be standard across every property because of the payback and opportunities that are tied with them. And so out in Philly, I know that the community I toured there was all in on access control because it enables so much for the building and the residents and people being able to seamlessly get in and get their guests in, which is huge. I mean, how many times do you remember when it's been a long time since I lived in an apartment, but when I did, my friend calls me and says, "Hey, I'm at the front gate. Come get me." I'm like, "Which gate?" I don't know which one you're at. Yeah. And so the simplicity that's been brought to people's lives because of that.
And did you tour the suburbs of Philadelphia, or were you in the city? Like, where is the property for Mill Creek? Because I think it's interesting to see what the suburbs. Yeah, I see it more in the urban areas that I would see technology more in the suburbs of Philadelphia.
Yeah, and ours is more urban. We typically are more an urban core. Our Philly property came through an acquisition, a takeover of property management from another organization that built it. And so it's relatively new to us within the first year still. So we're still learning everything that it has and what we can do to make it even better. And so that's something we want to do.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you on the assessment of what's necessary across these properties, Jeff. The access control is the hardest thing that you can scale for, and the thermostats and the leak detection are where you're going to see your biggest lift on your return on investment, because you're going to have so much more efficiency around that. And to Don, to your point around the proaction availability, if you're able to assess something as a problem before it actually even becomes a problem, that's massive. So in a space like Philadelphia, I think we definitely are ripe for this. We have movement forward. We're not the biggest market for innovation and prop tech yet, but we are right up there. I think that companies like Mill Creek and others, the big ones are coming in here and they're saying, okay, this is a space where we can really make a name for ourselves, or we can really become a competitive differentiator in this space by investing in this type of technology. And the city is exactly the type of place, and we're a very tech savvy city. We're a very tech friendly city. So for all those reasons and more, I think that's why the push is happening this direction, why we're going to continue to see it grow. So keep your eyes on it for sure.
And Don, I mean, definitely, your office is literally right around the corner from Wilco. We are Fort Washington based, but, definitely I call ourselves Philadelphia companies for sure. I mean, where are you seeing, just the uptick in the market? Because I will say it's been challenging to kind of not have to convince real estate industry, but definitely even just for them to even wrap their heads around how technology is a value add. I feel like that's been a little harder on the East Coast than looking at it from the California side, the West Coast, or even down in Austin. Like, it's literally an easier, conversation, right? It's an easier discussion. So I'm just kind of curious, like, how you guys have seen it with your clients, and what are even some trades to help everyone kind of, accelerate the momentum of its growth?
We're a little bit removed because we're usually working with the people that are designing the system. So we're not often, our conversations with the people buying the systems are a little bit later on. But I mean, from what we've seen, we've worked with many companies over the past decade doing home automation stuff in this area. We've worked with different companies doing like this water solution we're working on. It's the second water solution we've done. We've done other things with, electricity and monitoring. So there's a bunch of different things happening in the area for companies that we've worked with, and then just other people that we know about. I mean, and if you look at just the companies Stratus works with in the area, there's a lot of interesting stuff happening in this area, but it's not necessarily getting, front page news.
Yeah.
All right. So we're all bullish on Philly.
Yes.
We'll take that.
Yeah.
Still has some way to go. Still, I think there's going to be a need for more pushing and progressing of the market. I do think there's more conversations being had about PropTech, which is always great. We have a thriving tech ecosystem that will help. I think you have a lot of innovators, particularly diverse innovators, now looking at how they can lean in to COVID kind of solutions. And leaning into COVID means you're leaning into PropTech, right? Leaning into COVID means you're trying to figure out how, again, we're managing and protecting our spaces. I think definitely you had a really great point around, we've heard resident wellness this afternoon. We've heard sustainability. We've heard financially secure and protectively secure in your home, health, telemedicine. These are the things that I think are going to drive the market. Access control, just the data, who's coming, when they're coming, what are they doing, where are they going? All those things are now, these are now priorities. These are how we're going to manage and build and grow our businesses, all of them. Whether we're an integrator like Wilco, whether you're really looking at all of the realm of data with Chariot, whether you're the actual platform itself like Stratus, or whether you are the real estate, really looking at the value of what it's providing for your tenants, and the building like Jeff, we are all part of the ecosystem of PropTech. And I'm excited. And I'm excited for the possibilities. I'm also excited for just the inclusion that I think should happen. I think if anything, these kind of 6 months allowed us to see just where and what disparities and inequities are out there. And I do think there's a workforce conversation coming out of PropTech that's still bubbling at the bottom, but I think it's rising with the tide. So I think we're almost near our time, but with that, again, given that we're in the 3 pandemics, wishing everybody well, just in terms of, an end of a safe, 2020 year. Any last words or thoughts you guys would just like to leave for Philadelphians who are resilient? We're inspired, but we're strong. and we're really trying to come out of this all together. So what would you just want to say about our industry and where it can go to make sure that Philly remains a city of brotherly and sisterly love, strength, and determination?
I don't know. I don't know how I top that, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I think everything you said is just so beautifully spot on. We are a resilient city. We are a resilient space, and it's not unique necessarily to Philadelphia. I think we overcome things in maybe a different way. We might be a little bit more vocal about certain things, and a little more direct about. I'm not a native Philadelphian, but I'm working on making this the longest I've lived anywhere, and I'm pretty close. So I love so much about Philadelphia, the sort of the openness that exists here. Like, I think it's the fact that, we know who we are and we know who we aren't. And we're not trying to be Portland, but we're tech savvy. We're not trying to be big and fancy, or we are trying to be that, but we're not New York, and we know that. So we're looking at these aspects of who we are as a group of people living in this awesome space, and saying, okay, let's do this the way that we do this. We don't have to do the way literally anyone else does this. And that's why technologies like Stratus are able to come out of places like this, because we can be innovative. We can have that level of forethought and foresight that allows people like Jeff and Dawn to come into the space and look at us as a partner and say, as an innovator, I think this is a fantastic technology. Let's make this happen. I think right there, that's a testament to who we are as a city, that we enable companies like ours to happen, and then we enable partnerships like this to grow.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, I think, like Bridget, when you opened up, you were talking about our triple threat of the pandemic. So the health, the economy, the racial injustice that we're seeing. And I think that, technology is not going to solve any of those things, but a lot of those problems that are coming up, we're going to be able to be creative and get together, and where it makes sense, apply technology to really help those and make things better, and to, raise standards of living for people, or just to make things better for, the buildings people are managing, buildings people are living in, and things like that. So I think there's a lot of challenges that Philadelphia is good at coming together and solving these things.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I think I'd leave with the comments that, Proptech is an incredible opportunity for people to take advantage, but it all comes back to people. And I have three philosophies I lead my teams with, and number one is people matter most. So let's value who people are. Let's be respectful. Let's be civil. Let's remember that everything we do with technology is for people. It's supposed to provide a better benefit for them, a better life. And so let's focus on the people aspect of it, and make sure that our solutions are in bettering people's lives.
Amen.
I love it. Jeff, you need to come up to Philadelphia, sir. That was a great way to end your first Rec Philly, Amplify Philly, Witty Gritty production. Thank you so much, everyone. Don, Adelaide, Jeff, love it. I think we're all really looking to lean in and make sure that this kind of industry is all about solutions that really start and really end with people. Thank you, guys. Everyone be safe.
Yeah. Thank you all. Take care.
Thanks, Bridget. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, audience.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Bridget. And that was really engaging. And I have to admit that prior to that discussion, I had a hard time wrapping my mind around what Proptech was. And you really covered a lot of ground and helped me better understand the importance. And thank you so much. So, we are winding down to the last couple segments of the afternoon, but do not go away. You won't want to miss out. We have one more fireside chat and great performance to end the afternoon. So be sure to stick around. We have Sister Moon Eyes performing later on after this next segment. So this next chat is very appropriate and fitting. So given today, you may not know, and some of you may, that it's Women's Equality Day. This commemorates the 1920 adoption of the 19th Amendment of the United States Constitution, which prohibits the states and the federal government from denying the right to vote to citizens based off of sex, meaning women were given the right to vote. So in this session, which I love the title of, They Persisted, Women on the Campaign Trail, we'll hear from two veteran politicos about being on the campaign trail and how the added layer of being a woman is yet another, in another traditionally white male-dominated field, can make you want to scream in the abyss. But it can also make you energized by bringing a fresh perspective, setting an example, and paving the way for others. I am honored to introduce our featured speakers, and I have to say I'm a proud new board member of their newly co-founded nonprofit, Better Civics. Welcome, Jen DeVore and Megan Smith.
Hi. Oh, it's a little, I can't hear.
Oh my gosh, I did what people do on Zoom. I had it muted. I'm one of those people.
Can you guys, okay. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. We'll start again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Okay.
Listen, it's live, baby. We're live.
What I was saying was thank Michelle for the introduction. I was also excited about the air horn, so I feel like we missed an opportunity there. But hi, everyone. I am Megan Smith. I do know how to work video conferencing, I promise. But thank you for coming to hang out, Jen and I, for the next 20, 25 minutes as we talk. They persisted, women on the campaign trail. So a little about me. I am a native of Washington, D.C. I think someone in the previous panel was as well. So shout out to that guy. I have been in Philadelphia for a while now. I came up here to go to college, and then I stayed around. I founded a communications agency that's based in Center City called Brownstone. And it's through the work that we do through the agency that I've had the opportunity to work on a host of political campaigns and with a few electeds across the Commonwealth, a few in Philadelphia, and back home in DC. The last time I was out on the campaign trail was 2018 going into 2019. And that's where I met this lovely young lady here, Jen DeVore. And 2 years later, we came together and created an awesome organization that we're excited to talk more about later in the conversation.
Great. Yeah. So as Megan said, my name is Jen DeVore. I am a voting enthusiast. I am a block captain. I'm a committee person. I've worked my polls on election day. I'm a published author on civic engagement. And most recently, I actually ran for the city commissioner's office, which is the position that oversees all elections in Philadelphia. So clearly voting and having good government and good politics is really important to me. And that's part of why Megan and I started Better Civics. We're a nonpartisan organization that's dedicated to revolutionizing the way that civic engagement and voter turnout engages with residents, not just here in Philadelphia, but really across the nation. It's so important to understand how your government works, how you can be involved in your neighborhood, in your communities, and be more informed when you walk into the poll each election day. And today we're going to be talking about women's equality and how we're not there quite yet, right? And so there's lots of opportunities to continue that conversation. And that's what Megan and I hope to spark.
All right, so just stick with us. Just having a little bit of technical difficulty, but that is okay. It will not deter Jen and Megan from continuing to have a really important conversation. But as we all know, the election is coming up, and we all need to have each other's backs and be well informed to make sure that we vote. So whatever that means for you, for wherever you're tuning in from, I would say call Jen and Megan. They can help you get the info that you need. But but anyway, how are you both doing up there? Yeah. Can we cut up to the ladies on stage? I know we're supposed to be socially distant, but are their mics working? Can we?
Yes.
All right. Well, what are your names?
My name's Brianna.
Brianna.
I'm Alex.
Alex, Brianna, Alex. I'm Michelle. Thank you for being here. Can you tell us a little bit about yourselves? How'd you meet? How'd you get into music?
Yeah. Well, our band name is Sister Moon Eyes. Bri and I have known each other for over 10 years, and we've been singing together since high school. We just love music. I think that's the core of it.
we met in high school, and we met in high school from the music program. So
Yeah,
she
we
sang.
went to a music high school.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, she sang. Yeah, we went to. It was a high school.
We went to
in Northeast
Temple
Philly.
together, TU, and we've
Shout out
been
to Temple.
playing together ever since. And we're really happy to be here today. We're so grateful to Rec and Amplify Philly for having us, and we're excited to do a couple songs for you guys. We're writing a lot of new stuff that we're going to be working on and putting out within the next year that we're excited about.
Yeah, whenever.
Yeah.
Whenever that happens.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
And have you found yourselves writing more since March?
100%.
Yes, definitely. I've definitely written several songs that we've been writing more together, apart. It's been great.
That's cool. Yeah, to have that quiet time in some ways, right? And where were you gigging around prior to March when we were out in person more?
She played some great venues because she has an album out herself under Brianna Judge. We played Underground Arts. Where else did you play?
Johnny Brenda's Underground Arts. Crap. Those were the biggies. Those were the biggies. But
we played Love Park.
Yeah, Love Park.
For the
Those
next
were
series.
fun.
Yeah,
Always fun.
And we just play really any chance we got. We played at multiple bars and stuff like that, just
Yeah.
like little spots around the city and outside of the city too.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I play music, and I had been really involved with Girls Rock Philly in the past. So,
Nice. Very cool.
So I've
What do you
also
play? Yeah.
bass and sing.
That's a cool bass and
So
sing.
definitely been in a bunch of dark bars before,
Yeah.
and got to play some nicer places. Nothing huge, very modest, but yeah,
they're
but it
great.
is really
Those are the
fun
best
to play
spots.
live. So and it's been really nice just to hear live music in this setting.
Cool.
Thanks for this pop-up interview.
Yeah.
And let me see. So you said the music high school at Kappa or somewhere else?
We went to Nazareth Academy.
Okay.
And they have a music program.
Oh, they have a music program.
Yes.
Okay.
And we
I was
met
gonna.
through it.
Okay. I was
Yeah.
gonna say it's very Philly to
Yeah.
ask what high school, so I felt like I had to do that.
Most people probably know it. It's in the Northeast.
Yeah, that's where I'm from.
Yeah.
I went to McDevitt, so
Okay.
yeah,
Cool.
so not too far. But
Very cool.
and then we are ready to go back to Jen and Megan. Thanks for the little preview interview.
Thank you. That was
You know what? That's why this is they persisted. It's actually because we're not giving up. We're gonna get this information out there. So let's just keep it going.
Yep.
I'm
gonna finish this if it kills me.
So, first question I have for you, Jen, is because you're going to speak for all women all over. What was it like, or what was it like to be a woman running for political office? What was that experience like?
Well, yeah, no, and I appreciate you asking that and recognizing that, I'm not going to speak for all women. This is going to be my personal experience, but it was really hard. And I think running for office, no matter who you are, is really hard. But I think it is hard in different ways for women. And I experienced so much sexism, and it wasn't just from men either. It was from women too, unfortunately. And I think that's important to talk about because so much of talking about gender politics and equality has women versus men. And also sometimes women versus women too. And so we really have to reflect on our own relationship with women and how we perceive women leaders on a regular basis to check in with ourselves about that. But I was told that I couldn't run for office until I straightened my hair. I was told that I looked too young. Not that I was too young, but that I looked too young. A very prominent person, ward leader in Philadelphia, told me to my face that she wasn't going to support me because I looked too young and she didn't think I was going to be taken seriously as an authority figure, which we know is just not true. And we see so many great examples of young leaders who are able to break through those barriers and truly lead. But it was tough, but it was also still kind of surprising. You know, we hear 2018 was the year of the woman, right? So like, what happened? Like, was it really the year of the woman? Was it just that year? So like, it's just something to think about because I ran right after that. I ran in 2019. So like, how much has changed in that, 12-month period?
And that's wild because when we think about 2016, right? So 2016 happens. Hillary doesn't secure the electoral vote. And literally the day after the election, you just saw all these social media posts on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook of women saying, this is what it's like to be the smartest and the best and the most qualified and still not get the position, right? So we saw a lot of that. And what was interesting to me was that was not a feeling that was new to people of color. That was not a feeling that was new to women of color. However, I'll allow the fact that it was a feeling that was new to a lot of people. So after that, we take all that energy, right? And we're like, we're not going to let this happen again. And we march. And then the next thing after the march was, we have this mandate. We want more women in office. We want more women on the campaign trail. We want more women, period. Representation matters. So 2018 going into 2019 was also like a referendum on what happened in 2016. It was that moment where people were like, you know what, I'm not going to stand for this anymore. We're going to get it right in the midterms. But the question is, like, was it authentic or was it just trendy? Like, were we just saying it because we were pissed off? Like, we were mad that our candidate didn't win. So now it's like we need more. And even if it was authentic, which I do believe it was for a lot of people, what we didn't acknowledge or what we did not do the work of at the same time that we were making this demand, we didn't do the work of fighting against the establishments. We didn't do the work of fighting against the stereotypes. And to the example that you gave, that deep-rooted gender norms that work against putting women into positions of power. Like, we didn't do the work of starting to break down those barriers. We did it in certain areas, but overall, we didn't run a system that has kept women out of the process.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's the thing. It's keeping women out of the process. It's forget about once you're in and you have face inequality there, but it's how do you even get in? How do you even get the privilege to face the inequality once you're on the campaign trail?
Exactly.
And I think it's important that we talk about barriers to entry and what systems are in place to build those barriers up. Last week marked the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, which is important because the first version wasn't all inclusive. And even with the 19th Amendment being ratified, which granted the women the right to vote, in theory, very systemic, racist and systemic issues like poll taxes, literary tests, still discriminated and still prevented Black women and Black men from voting. And it wasn't until the Voting Rights Act was signed in 1965, which is not that long ago, which is wild, right? Like people are alive today that were experienced that firsthand. So it's like you fast forward today, and now we see the number of non-white women has increased by 18% within the last 10 years. So there's population growth, but the political representation has not lined up to that yet. There are a record number of women and women of color running for office right now in 2020, but there's still work to be done. We need women not to only run for office, but get accepted into their seat and to hold those seats. And so, I think we should talk a little bit too about like what's the work being done now to incorporate more women of color into the process from the start, and remove those barriers to entry. I know. Where do we begin? Mhm.
Jen, are you there?
Yes.
Well, it's you and me till we get Megan back. I do have a question for you.
Did we lose Megan?
Yeah, now you'll talk to me.
Oh, okay. I'm good.
What did you just say?
Oh my gosh. I said, oh my gosh. I would have texted Megan because I see her and she's on a roll.
Oh, really? All right. Well, I'll get the cue when she's back, and you guys
Yeah,
can pick up where you left off. But I do have a question that I was kind of alluding to when I first introduced you. Because from where I'm sitting, not literally at Rec Philly, but just where I'm thinking about all these people who are trying to mobilize themselves and get the right information to vote. How should people do that? What are kind of like the top 3 things they should do so that they feel like they're getting the right information in order to vote themselves and tell their neighbors?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's what Better Civics is all about too, is getting people to talk to each other, tap into your personal network, which is so often overlooked. I think the first thing to do is exactly that. Like, talk to your friends and family. Don't just assume that everyone's going to be voting, and make sure that you have a plan to vote too. Are you going to vote by mail? Are you going to vote in person? How do you vote safely this election? And what does that look like in a pandemic? Because the election is still going to happen, and we need to get whatever your political party is. This is a nonpartisan effort. We need to get as many people to the polls so that their voice is heard. I also think it's important, if you can, to volunteer at the polls on election day. There is a huge shortage of election poll workers. Most of our election poll workers are seasoned professionals. They're elderly, and they're most vulnerable populations for the coronavirus right now. And so we need people who can truly make a sacrifice and be able to volunteer at the polls. And there's a really great organization, the Voter Project, that's doing a lot of this poll working recruitment. And Megan and I can share information about this, through our social media, if you follow us on Better Civics, about how to connect with them. And then I think the third thing is just making a commitment to yourself that after the presidential election that you're still going to stay engaged, because next year in Philadelphia we're going to have a DA's race that's going to be really important and will most likely get national spotlight. We elect our city council every 4 years. We elect state reps every 2 years, and so it's important that you continue to pay attention and be informed. It's one thing to vote. It's a whole other thing to walk into the polls on election day informed and know who you're voting for and why.
Cool. Thanks for that. That's really helpful and great resources for people to refer to. And hey, Megan.
Hi.
You're back? Okay. I'm going to let you pick it up from where you left off before technology was not on our side.
I know. And Megan, you were on such a great roll, and I could hear you in one ear. So I didn't even know that you were disconnected, but I thought I think everything that you were saying is great, but maybe just start from the top. The last thing that we were talking about is, what are the barriers to entry for women? And I think you have some really great stuff to say about disenfranchisement and really how it's connected to the work that we're doing with Better Civics.
Absolutely. So what I was saying was just the way that we talk about politics and we talk about the political process is very polarizing, which again can be attributed to that's voter disenfranchisement. Like, we don't want people to engage in this process, so we purposely push them out by not even speaking to them in a language that connects with them. We don't communicate with people on a human level. We don't get them to understand this. We talk over people. That's one of politics and money, two things that people do not like to talk about, because it's too that we make it so hard, and we don't connect with people, which is again why we started Better Civics, was because we were like, it's not that deep. This is serious work, but if we just talk to people plainly and connect with them, more people will get engaged in this process because they'll understand it. So that is a barrier. We don't talk to people in a way that makes sense to them. The other thing that we have to also acknowledge, just on my specifically, is that traditional roles, right? So like, if women are traditionally the primary caregiver, what are we supposed to do with that? Like, who's supporting her while she's out on the campaign trail? Who's supporting her to build that network that she needs in order to run? We're also in the middle of a global health pandemic that is pushing women out of the workforce at astronomical rates. So in addition to that, now they're also taking on a bigger caseload at home. There's so much stuff that's like systematically like working against women, that create like physical barriers that prevent them from even being able to do this. It's not as simple as like asking women or calling women to do something. We have to also work as a society to remove a lot of the barriers that are in place to prevent them from even being able to do so.
Yeah, no, 100%. And yeah, with women definitely doing like a mass exodus of the workforce now. There's tons of articles about this information. But hopefully this is an opportunity that people can use to channel this energy and try to do something about it. Another thing that comes to mind too for me is the training. So when we talk about access to entry, like, I'm someone that's benefited greatly from political trainings. I've done probably a dozen over my lifetime, but it's trainings for people that look like me. And I'll be frank about that. It's other white women. It's being led and taught by other white women. And the success stories that come back and tell their story to be inspiring from my experience, have been other white women. And so I do think that there's been a really great effort by new organizations that are training women of color to step in and to run their political races. She Can Win is a great example of this. Higher Heights, Emerge Philadelphia has incredibly diverse classes. But I think it's another thing to think about when you are going through the process. Like, look around. Like, is your campaign team reflective of the population that you're trying to serve? As well. So it's everything. You have to look at the full picture and be self-reflective of that.
Yeah, and then also to your point,
and money too. I mean, you talked about that, yeah.
Exactly. I was just about to say, like, you literally cannot run a campaign without access to dollars. Like, you just can't. And so when we talk about that, it's funny, we can easily have this conversation about, oh, VCs aren't investing in minority startups, right? They're small minority businesses don't have access to capital. Okay, well, women and men of color who are running, like, where are they getting money from either? Like, we're not all born into these networks of bottomless dollars. We also need a community of people, a network of people that are willing to take that risk, just like you would in a small business or a startup. Invest in candidates. We need more of them investing in women of color, et cetera, to run. How do you expect them to build a successful campaign if they don't have the dollars to do it? So it's more than just lip service. It's also making sure that, are you donating to their campaign? Are you also helping them build a coalition of donors and funders who can also help them win? So there's a lot of things to consider.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think it's really important that I think one thing I want to commit to too with Better Civics is sharing a lot of this information too, and making sure that people that are watching this, that are interested, have these resources, have some of the trainings that we listed to, some of the articles that we got a lot of these stats and statistics from. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of success stories also to think about. We look at Philly politics here as well. Some really great women got elected, at this last election. I know you've had some examples too from campaigns that you've worked on, and national figures that we've talked about before. So I think it's like, I know this conversation it's kind of a downer, right? We're like, it's all messed up, the systems are broken, but there has been some good success from it as well.
And that's the thing, like everyone knows you have AOC, you also have recently Cori Bush, who's in Missouri. You have wins, but the issue is that they cannot be exceptions. They have to be the rule. Like it needs to get to a point where this is so regular that we're not like, oh my gosh, how did she do it by only, having people donate $5 at a time? How was she able to do it with no dollars at all? Like, it shouldn't be that they were able to win in spite of. It should be that they won because we actually put a coalition around them to win, to get them the training, as you noted, to get them the funding that they need to run successful campaigns.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a question from the audience that I'm just getting on my bat phone here. If someone was interested in running for office, what first steps should they take? Megan, do you have any advice right off the bat? I mean, I know I can definitely share too.
Obviously, you should take this one because you know.
I mean, it's like the best advice that was given to me about the first step to take with running for office is, once you cannot stop thinking about it, that's when you have to get it out of your head and you have to step out on the campaign trail. And so just make sure that you're really thinking, it's a really big decision to make, and it's one that's only going to be worth making if it's truly felt like in your heart and follow your dreams and what you want to do. So make sure that it's a decision that you really put a lot of stock into. And then find a training with women that look like you. And we're happy to help provide some of those resources and share ideas of where to find those too. And then tell everybody tell your network, talk to your family, and start to build your support network, because it is long and lonely on the campaign trail, and you want to make sure that you have the right people around you. So yeah, I mean, that's my first advice. So just, make sure that it's the right decision and then go for it and let everybody know.
The only thing I would add to that, Jen, is that also consider why you're running, because it can't just be that, like, I think I'm the smartest person that should do it. I think that I'm the best to do it. Like, there has to be something there. Like, there has to be a little bit more than just like, everyone's inadequate, I'm the best person for the job. Like, they're kind of, I would start with like what your story is, what your connection is to like the actual thing that you're running.
Oh. I can't tell if I'm on or if somebody else got off. Am I on still?
Here we are again,
I'm
Jen.
still on. All right. Listen,
I know. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's going on with the internet. I think that,
That's all right.
Well, I do. To close us out here, I'll ask you one more question. What's in store with Better Civics in the next couple months? What's that?
So we have a slide to tell you. So I don't know.
Oh, the
if that's gonna
slide.
be able
Yeah.
to
Do we
come
have
through on the
Jen's
text.
slide?
Yeah. Probably not. That's all right. You guys,
No, we
first
do.
of all, shout out to Amplify
Oh yeah,
Philly.
they're getting the slide ready.
Hard.
It's the end of the day. You guys had a tough spot. We appreciate
so
you
hard.
hanging in there. All right, take it away, Jen.
Fun fact. All right, great. So, and I don't know if Megan's still on or not, but if she is and can join me in this, great. But, Better Civics, as I said, we're a nonpartisan organization. We want to revolutionize civic engagement and voter turnout, not just here in Philadelphia, but across the country. So we have 3 things that you can do to get more involved with politics for Better Civics. One, continue the conversation. I know it was kind of choppy today, but hopefully some of our key points got out. That talk with your friends and family and neighbors about important issues. and act by supporting women candidates. You can say this, all you want, but until you're donating money and you're talking to your friends about being an informed voter and finding female candidates to support that back your values, like that's the action that needs to take so we can continue to move the needle. This is not an overnight solution, right? This is something that has to be constantly worked on. Action number 2, and this is going to be our message for the rest of the year, is voting together is better. So whether you're going to vote by mail or you're going to vote in person, make sure you're doing it safely and you're bringing friends and family along with you. We need all the turnout we can have this year, and every voice deserves to be heard. So make sure that you're voting with your friends and family, whether, again, that's online, not online, but by mail or in person, and you're doing it safely. And then follow us on social media. Follow @BetterCivics. We're on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Be informed, stay engaged, and keep working towards progress with us. We're going to be sharing lots of information for you to help you with this process, to help you talk to your friends and family, to help you be involved in your community, and help you be more informed at the polls, not just this election, but all elections. So thank you so much. My name's Jen DeVore, along with my wonderful co-founder, Megan Smith. We make up Better Civics, and we look forward to seeing you on the campaign trail.
Thank you, Jen and Megan, so much. Thank you so much. Thank you both also just for sticking it out with us. We know that there's always going to be a little bit of technology glitches and things, but we are excited to see what is in store for Better Civics and are so happy to have you here in Philly doing this work and to give us the lowdown both from the voter perspective and from the campaign perspective. It's so valuable. So thank you both again. So here we are, and I want to, before we introduce our closing act here and tell you how to stay in touch with us, we have a friend from Technically here, Vincent Better, who is the VP of Philadelphia Initiatives for Technically Media. Again, we are partnered with Philly Tech Week, and Vincent is here to tell us what we can expect during Tech Week next month. Vincent. Hey.
Hey, Michelle. Hey, Dave. Hey, Amplify Philly. Hey, Rec. Hey, everyone. Thank you for having me on just for this brief moment. Just want to say big props. I know these events always have technical difficulties, and you always find a way to make them entertaining for the crowd. So props to you for improvising. Hey, everyone. Just want to acknowledge that, this series this event today is part of the Philly Tech Week Summer Series. We've been running series of virtual events since May, when Philly Tech Week was originally supposed to be, and is now just a few weeks away, coming up on September 21st through 25th. So please check out the Philly Tech Week site, see what we have going on. We have about 20, 25, maybe 30 other events that are happening during the course of the week, in addition to our Developers Introduce conferences, as well as the signature event. We've got some great surprises on tap for how we're going to execute that. So we can't have 1,000 people together at the Sierra Center, but what we can do is going to be just as entertaining, so you don't want to miss it. So thanks again for letting me just jump on here. Check out phillytechweek.com for the latest information, and hopefully we'll see you sometime during the week.
And we look forward to it, and we look forward to seeing all of you at our events next month. And we thank all of you, all of our speakers, all of our presenters, all of our performers for joining us today. We will have all of this footage from this afternoon available on YouTube, so you can refer back and also tell your friends.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, Vincent. Thanks for everyone who's been tuning in all day for Amplify Philly Part 2. And we are just getting to the final piece of our programming. It is our third installment of our live performances here at Rec. We are very excited. So why don't y'all go to your fridge, grab a drink, a cold drink, a warm drink, whatever you're drinking. And again, thanks to our partners over at WXPN for helping us curate the music and always supporting us in our Amplify Philly endeavors. The last act of the night, Sister Moon Eyes. All right, let's get it rocking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. As Dave kindly said, we are Sister Moon Eyes. We're so grateful to be here and so grateful to Rec Philly and Amplify Philly for having us responsibly be able to perform live in this time. We're really excited to be here. And this first song is an original. It's called Love in Philadelphia.
40 days to wedding, babe. I'm kinda scared to turn the page. Feeling things I never knew. But I know I'm in love with you. Somewhere on these city streets, I found you and you found me. Two hearts that were meant to be together for eternity.
Thank you. Thank you again for having us, Rec and Amplify. That was Love in Philadelphia. And we have another original. Oh, I should say also, my name is Alex Maimone. Yeah. This is Brianna Judge. We're the two parts of Sister Moon Eyes. And this next song is called Lady, and it's also an original.
Making out in our brand new apartment, thinking thoughts, thinking of the night you asked me to dance, 'cause dancing is the way to my heart. The music has changed, but we remain dancing as lovers do. There's no other way I'd spend my days, 'cause I'm dancing with you. Oh, swing me, sway me, always call me baby. You are gonna save me, make me your lady. Da, 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 da. I don't care bad or good, as long as you try. Life is a dance floor, so don't you dare be a passerby. I'm gonna move like this, and you'll move like that. I see you staring now, I know you love to watch me dance.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. It's so cool to just literally perform in front of anyone right now. So this is awesome.
Anyone else but my cat?
This is only our second live performance in the last, the last 5 or 6 months since quarantine started. So it's great for us. All right, this next one is a cover. We'll just start singing it because I think you'll know it when you hear it.
I'm in the business of misery, let's take it from the top. Got a body like an hourglass, ticking like a clock. It's a matter of time before we all run out. When I thought he was mine, she caught him by the mouth. I waited 8 long months, she finally set him free. I told him I couldn't lie, he was the only one for me. 2 weeks, yeah, we caught on fire, just got it out for me. But I wear the biggest smile. Second chances, they don't even matter, people never change. Once a whore, you're nothing more, I'm sorry, that'll never change. And about forgiveness, we're both supposed to have exchange. I'm sorry, honey, but I passed it up, now look this way. Well, there's a million other girls who do it just like you, looking as innocent as possible to get to who they want and what they like. It's easy if you do it right, but I refuse, I refuse, I refuse. To brag, but I got him where I want him now. Oh, it was never my intention to brag, to steal it all away from you now. But God, does it feel so good? And I got him where I want him now. And if you could, then you know you would. 'Cause God, it just feels so. It just feels so good. I watched his wildest dreams come true, not one of them involving you. Just watch my wildest dreams come true, not one of them involving. Feel really good to sing that song. All right, thank you guys so much for tuning in, those of you that are here watching us at the end of your day here today. We've got one more song. It is another original, it's called Fool. And again, can't thank you guys enough, Rec and Amplify. We love you, we're really grateful that you've let us take up some space here today. And yeah, if you like what you hear, you can follow us on Instagram at Sister Moon Eyes.
And you'll see more from us very soon.
Take it all, 'cause I'll still have soul. All I wanna do is hate you, but I'm no fool.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you for having us. Happy weekend, everybody.